Chapter 887. With the essence of Mars, with the balance of the vermilion bird. This was the spirit of fire. The fierce sword light rose, and the scorching hot waves roared and rolled. In an instant, the slightly cold streets of the imperial capital became extremely hot, dispelling the cold as if it was midsummer. The sacred light of the imperial army rose, as if fire had descended upon the earth. The Sun brothers' expressions changed. They already knew that Qi Lianyan's martial arts were very high, but what they saw was still far beyond their expectations. It turned out that this person had already gained the approval of the sacred sword of fire and inherited his brother's legacy. How amazing and how glorious it was to have two sword saints! The people on the street who were watching the show also exclaimed. The people in the distance were even more shocked when they saw the rising radiance of the imperial army. Then, the exclamations turned into cheers that spread farther and farther. Yes, cheers. The Great War of Tianyuan was an era of heroes. Famous generals emerged in large numbers, and experts were as common as clouds. In this era of war, there was no greater glory than joining the army. Famous generals were revered, and those with outstanding military achievements were naturally recorded in the annals of history. However, the peerless experts with outstanding martial arts were also revered. Of all the martial artists in the world, the most representative was none other than the 7 luminaries' sword saints. The 7 luminaries' sword saints who wielded sacred swords and protected humanity had almost become a symbol of the Hutu Empire. They were the most powerful martial artists and the most powerful imperial weapons. They were the protectors of the empire. The Great War of Mount Dahuang ended the chaotic era of Tianyuan, but it also left a deep regret for the empire. 300,000 elites were lost, and the 7 luminaries' sword saints who once illuminated the empire were also scattered. Some died and some were injured. The sacred sword of fire was one of the heroes who died. When the news spread out, many people regretted it. After the Great War, the sacred sword of fire had been enshrined in the Mars Sword Palace. It had been silent for 2 whole years, and no one knew anything about its situation. No one knew if the imperial court had found a new sword saint. No one knew how many warriors had trained hard and joined the army. They all dreamed of being able to wield this legendary sacred sword. Now, the light of the sacred sword of fire shone in the sky of the imperial capital again. This was the symbol of a nation's strength, and it was difficult for non-empire citizens to understand this feeling. This burning sword light meant that the empire had gained another invincible protector. When Qi Lianyan heard the exclamations and cheers coming from all around, he was incomparably delighted. Yes, the Fire Radiance Sword Saint was revered by countless people, revered by countless people. He was the protector of the world and had an honorable status. This was what he wanted. This was just the beginning. This was what they meant by after suffering comes happiness. Today was the historic moment of his first appearance. His life had entered a new chapter. He raised his blazing holy sword and pointed it at Pengji and the others. The might of fire was unleashed, and an invisible heat wave swept across, causing the war horses of the army to retreat. The newly promoted Fire Sword Saint shouted, "Do you recognize this sacred sword? Let me ask you one more time. What position do you hold? What authority do you have to order a 7 luminaries sword saint around and even say that he will die if he doesn't go? My dynasty was founded on martial arts and ruled by law. What right do you have to arrest the innocent and treat human lives like grass? Who is indulging you? What right do you have to do this?" His voice was very loud and clear. He circulated his internal energy and sent it far away. Many people in the nearby market could hear him clearly. Coupled with the blazing sword Qi shining in the sky, it was impossible not to be conspicuous. Qi Lianyan's sword Qi was blazing. His expression was dignified, and his words were like knives. He was full of righteousness, as if he was a righteous person who was visiting incognito and angrily rebuking evil tyrants. His whole body was emitting a positive energy aura. He said in a stern voice, "There's more. The sacred sword of fire is here, the fire sword saint is here. What right do you have to sit on your horses in front of the 7 luminaries, sword saint? Get off your horses." The wind was hot, but Pangji's heart was cold. This was not a coincidence. This was a well-designed trap, a huge conspiracy. Last night, the marshal challenged the Copper Sparrow Terrace, arrived at the Gate of Heaven, and stirred up trouble in Tensei Province. In one night, he stirred up a storm in the imperial capital. He predicted the enemy's moves and attacked the enemy's weakest point. His momentum was like a storm, completely suppressing the emperor and the empress. It could be said that he had the upper hand. However, that was the emperor after all, Empress Tensei. How could he be captured without a fight? That was why today's incident happened. The Fire Sword Saint's sudden appearance was for no other reason than to drag the marshal into a normal rhythm. After all, his command last night was calm and he came up with one brilliant plan after another. In fact, he was outside the political circle of the imperial capital. His actions were unpredictable, and his stratagems were unconstrained. That was why the emperor's side was caught off guard and almost unable to resist. Now they had to play to their advantage. Qi Lianyan suddenly raised the sacred sword of fire and pressed down with the momentum of the 7 luminaries' sword saint. This person had mastered the sacred sword of fire for no more than 2 years. If the marshal attacked, it would not be difficult to defeat him. However, if he attacked, it would turn into a fight between 2 sword saints in the imperial capital. It would definitely cause a lot of discussion and turmoil. This would make the uninformed commoners inexplicably shocked. If the emperor's side took the opportunity to manipulate the public opinion, the situation would become extremely passive. After all, the marshal had already decided last night to tell the world the real reason why he had disappeared for 2 years and create an image of a painstaking hero. In this way, things would become very difficult. Moreover, the Sun Sword Saint and the Moon Sword Saint had been summoned to the imperial capital half a month ago. There were originally countless experts in the imperial capital. If the incident turned into a fight between 2 sword saints, the imperial court would have a reason and righteousness to publicly mediate. At that time, the marshal's status would fall from being outside the imperial capital to fighting with the Fire Sword Saint on the street. He would lose his detached position. All kinds of causes and effects flashed through Pangji's mind. He could even see Qi Lianyan's well-hidden pride and joy. Things had happened so suddenly that even with his intelligence, he could not think of any way to break out of this situation. If the marshal did not appear, his prestige and the legitimacy of his actions would be damaged. If he appeared, he would be dragged into the normal rhythm of the imperial capital by the Fire Sword Saint and the plan would fall into a passive state. What should I do? Caught in a dilemma, there was nothing he could do. At this moment, the blazing wave suddenly receded. A calm voice rang out, "Who are you?" Hearing this voice, the Sun brothers breathed a sigh of relief. Pangji closed his eyes and sighed softly. Facing the might of the sacred sword of fire head-on, Zhu Jun, who was still trying his best to maintain his shock, immediately rolled off his saddle and half knelt on the ground, loudly saying, "Greetings, Commander of War." Pangji looked at Sun Lang with a complicated expression, and also got off his horse and knelt. The Sun brothers' reaction was slightly slower, but they also half knelt on the ground. The rumbling of iron hooves came from behind. More Tianyuan generals and their elite troops rode over. Last night's incident at the Copper Sparrow Terrace had shocked the imperial capital, but it had nothing to do with the commoners. Now that they suddenly saw so many elite troops, they could not help but be dumbfounded. What they saw today was enough for them to brag about for 3 months. The commoners were shocked and could not help but look at the young man who had appeared at the side of the street. He was wearing a strange white robe and had short hair. He looked like an ordinary young man, but at this moment, He seemed to be the center of the world. The fire sword saint was looking at him, the young master was also looking at him, and those elite soldiers were kneeling before him. Who was he? Sun Lang looked at Qi Lianyan and the sacred sword in his hand, as if he was looking at a box. He asked, "Who are you?" Qi Lianyan looked at the person in front of him, and could not help but be shocked. Hearing about a legend and seeing it in person were two completely different concepts. The expression in his eyes changed. There was hatred, fear, disdain, and also fear. But in the end, the promise of the Supreme Being and the sacred sword in his hand gave him confidence. He felt the power of fire flowing in his body and recalled the analysis that the teacher had given him. Do not panic, the other party will not attack. Even if they did, the sacred sword of fire would be enough to protect him until the others arrived. So he said calmly, "Fire Sword Saint, Qi Lianyan, you." Sun Lang did not give him a chance to speak. The Great War of Tianyuan is not far away. What is your position and what achievements do you have? Qi Lianyan frowned slightly. I am not far away from adulthood. I have been practicing martial arts behind closed doors, so you have no achievements, right? Sun Lang said indifferently, my previous name was Jiaoying. I left home to join the army at 14. I entered the battlefield at 17. At 21, I took over the Northern Theater of Operations and was awarded the Marshal's Staff and the Military Lord of the Sword Pavilion of the Martial Arts Palace. At 23, I was ordered to plan the final battle against the Sky Demon. So I was nominally the Supreme Marshal of the world. In terms of achievements, if I say that I am the second in the world, I am afraid that no one in the court can claim to be the first. After the war, in order to track down the remnants of the Sky Demon, I hid my identity and pretended to be dead. I did not return for 2 years and hid in the world. Now everything is about to come to light. In order to reward me for my achievements and efforts, the court awarded me the position of Shensei General. I established my own office and appointed my own officials. All the ranks and standards are the same as in Tensei Province. In terms of official position, no one in the court is qualified to put on airs in front of me. In terms of seniority, your brother Qi Lianyan and I were comrades in the army. We were both 7 luminaries sword saints, much earlier than you. In terms of martial arts, I am the first in the world. Shensei General glanced at Qi Lianyan indifferently. He did not mobilize the imperial army, nor did he use his internal energy. Instead, he stood calmly in the heat waves, within the range of the fire luminary's sword Qi. However, his aura steadily suppressed the fire luminary's sword saint. When he said that he was the first in the world, no one thought that he was bluffing. Qi Lianyan's expression changed. This was not going according to the plan. Just as he was about to interrupt Sun Lang, he felt the sacred sword in his hand tremble. In an instant, the fire luminaries flowing in his body stagnated. He swallowed the words he was about to say. Sun Lang continued, "Your brother Qi Lianyan was a friend of mine in the past. He obeyed his mission and bravely sacrificed himself in the battle of the Great Desolate Mountain. It could be said that he did not fear death even if his bones were crushed and his body crushed, as long as his chastity remained in the world. He died a worthy death. But what about you?" Just like Qi Lianyan, Sun Lang's voice spread far and wide. Many people could hear him clearly. "I have a rough idea of your life. You grew up under your brother's protection. Now that you have taken over his mantle and become the new fire luminary's sword saint, you should support the king and protect the country. Why do you fight on the streets? Your dead brother used this sword to kill countless sky demons. You use it to show off your power to your own people on the streets. Is this how the sword of confusion should be used?" Qi Lianyan knew that he could not let this guy continue. He shouted, "Shut up! You insolent brat! How can you face your brother in the netherworld? Ignorant fool, you're so arrogant that you actually dare to bark wildly in front of me. You're simply impudent and reckless." Sun Lang's tone turned harsh. As your brother's old comrade, I am going to teach you a lesson today just like your brother. You have no achievements, no responsibilities, and your skills are not good enough. You talk nonsense in front of me just because you have a holy sword. I am your dead brother's comrade, a great general of the Heaven's Origin sect who has made great contributions through mountains of blades and seas of fire. I am a soldier of the Heaven's Origin sect just like your brother. You are just a brat. How dare you be so disrespectful and speak back to me with your sword? Using the holy sword without permission is disrespect for your elders. It is unfilial. It is disrespect for heroes. It is disloyalty. Do you think you deserve the Fire Luminary's sword? You are just a kid with no achievements. How dare you ask a bunch of heroes of the Heaven's Origin sect to get off their horses just because you have the holy sword? What right do you have? Qi Lianyan was young and successful. When had he ever seen such a scene? For a moment, he was both shocked and furious. He felt the strange gazes shooting at him from all directions, and he wished for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. In the end, he still firmly remembered the instructions of a certain person. No matter what, he absolutely couldn't be the first to make a move and seek trouble. But this situation now, do you understand? Your brother can't teach you. I will teach you in his place. Sun Lang Sinran said, You are just a commoner. What do you want to do by pointing the holy sword at an important official of the imperial court? I am the Shunsei general, a comrade of your dead brother. Why don't you bow to me after seeing me? Qi Lianyan gritted his teeth and said nothing. He was in a dilemma. If he couldn't leave, he wouldn't dare to brandish his sword and slash at them even if he had 3 times the courage. Sun Lang took a step forward, and his tone became even colder. I've already said all the good and bad words. Hitting someone without teaching them a lesson is a great taboo. Today, the neighbors are my witnesses. I'm teaching you a lesson in a fair and square way. Qi Lianyan only saw Sun Lang take a step forward and felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. How could a newly promoted sword saint compare to the world's #1 who came out of the great desolate mountain? His mind had been shaken by Sun Lang's rebuke. Seeing Sun Lang take a step forward, fear finally rose in his heart. The Fire Luminary's sword disappeared. He hesitated for a moment and finally bowed. Greetings, General. Sun Lang looked at the soldiers and said coldly, Did you not see the etiquette of General Shunsei? Qi Lianyan was stunned. Then, blood rushed to his face. Sun Lang looked at him indifferently. Why, can't your legs bend? Qi Lianyan gritted his teeth and slowly knelt on one knee. He convinced himself that it was okay. Like he said, he was a senior, a meritorious official of Tianyuan, and an important official of the imperial court. It was not embarrassing to kneel to him. Sun Lang saw him kneel and did not say anything. Instead, he looked at the Sun brothers. Sun Zhongmo, tell me what happened. Sun Zhongmo and Sun Lang exchanged glances. Sun Lang's voice sounded in his ears. The second son of the Sun family of Jiangdong had a photographic memory and was very smart. He immediately repeated the conversation between Qi Lianyan and Shen Yaohua. Qi Lianyan was shocked and felt a chill in his heart. As expected, Sun Lang said coldly, enduring humiliation and forcing a smile. Qi Lianyan, why do you say that? Chapter 888. Enduring humiliation and forcing a smile. Can you explain what these 2 words mean? His tone was no longer calm, and his expression was no longer indifferent. His attitude, which had been easy to deal with, became serious. Wind rose in the air, and the aura of a peerless master slowly spread out. Suddenly, the air became piercingly cold, and the situation was completely reversed. A moment ago, Qi Lianyan was full of arrogance because he held the holy sword. Now, he was completely suppressed. Everyone felt a bone-piercing chill. Thus, they all knew that the Divine Strategies General, who had sternly reprimanded the new fire sword saint, was truly enraged. Now it seemed that he had reason to reprimand Qi Lianyan on the street, accusing him of being conceited and disrespectful. Although his words were as sharp as knives and merciless, he was only reprimanding his former comrade's good-for-nothing brother as a senior. At most, he was exasperated. But now, after hearing Sun Zhongmo's retelling, the general was truly angry. He did seem to have a reason to be angry. But Qi Lianyan's heart trembled. With his intelligence, it was difficult for him to quickly follow Sun Lang's rhythm, but his warrior's intuition still brought him a terrifying premonition. It turned out that the continuous bombardment that made him feel ashamed and unable to resist was only a prelude. The real killing move only revealed its ferocious edge at this moment. In just a short moment, he had experienced the art of war of the heavens' origin commander of war, who was known to be the best in the 6 armies. It was really like a tsunami pressing down on him from all directions, attacking him from all directions. Only after he had barely resisted it did he realize in despair that the attack just now was only a prelude. The real attack had just begun. He opened his mouth, knowing that he absolutely couldn't let Sun Lang continue speaking. Qi Lianyan felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness and bewilderment. The world seemed to be far away from him. Those who had helped him, those who had high hopes for him, all stood far away. When he needed help the most, no one appeared. No one extended a helping hand. Everyone watched from afar, watching him face this terrifying monster alone. For a moment, fear rose in his heart. He maintained a half-kneeling posture, gritted his teeth and said, Little brat spoke insolently and spoke nonsense. Please forgive me, General." Sun Lang's expression had completely turned cold. He was like a mountain of ice and snow that had not melted for 1,000 years. An invisible but biting cold pressure enveloped the area, causing the hearts of the living beings to palpitate for no reason. They all looked at General Shinsei with shock and even fear. He was like a volcano that was about to erupt. "Endure the humiliation." Forcing a smile, he repeated these 2 words and looked down at Qi Lianyan, who was half kneeling on the ground. "Last night, I led the troops to raid the Copper Sparrow Terrace and wiped out all the remaining Sky Demon forces hiding there. Those demons who had not given up on killing the human race planned to infiltrate the Empire. The mysterious Copper Sparrow Terrace became the best breeding ground for them to carry out their plan. Although we have wiped out the Sky Demon forces in the Copper Sparrow Terrace, it does not mean that the guests who were having fun in the Copper Sparrow Terrace last night were cleared of suspicion. So we had no choice but to detain them all and spend the entire night confirming their innocence. This made me offend many people, but I do not regret it. My mission is to destroy the Sky Demon, and not a single one will be left. For this, I will go forward even if there are thousands of people. This is the price I must pay." Sun Lang raised his hand and pointed at the boy from the Shin family, who also had a look of fear on his face. This young man went to the Copper Sparrow Terrace with his friends last night and was detained because of this. There are many people like him, and we treated them all equally. He has a strong temperament and was not satisfied with the way we handled him, so he refused to cooperate with our investigation. So until dawn, when the guests at the Copper Sparrow Terrace had all returned home, there was still no progress on his side. Then, his family, his sister, came to find him. It was then that I discovered his identity because I recognized his sister. His sister was none other than the late Sword Saint of Water, the wife of the Empire's West conquering general. Sun Lang glanced at the 7 Treasures fragrance carriage. The figure in the carriage was like a frozen painting, not moving at all. Then, he turned his gaze to Qi Lianyan, and in an instant, his gentleness turned into a sharp blade. He said coldly, "The Sword Saint of Water died together with your brother in the Great Barren Mountain. I witnessed their deaths with my own eyes, along with the other 300,000 soldiers of the Great Barren Mountain. All of them will be remembered by the world forever. I am honored to have worked with them, so when I saw the widow of my old friend, I was both surprised and happy. I have been living in seclusion for 2 years, and have not even seen my family, let alone them. But in any case, I am happy to see that she is well. Just like when I saw you take over your brother's mantle, and become the new Sword Saint of Fire, I was also very happy. A younger brother inheriting his brother's legacy, and having 2 Sword Saints in one family, how glorious! It is like fate. Sun Lang's tone was somewhat bleak. But no matter how happy I was, I could not forget my duty. Although it was the widow of my old friend who came to beg me, I would not let her go without principle. After confirming that the young master of the Shen family was fine, I returned him to his sister, because I still have a heavy responsibility on my shoulders. I have to finish her husband's unfinished business for him. Then, here comes the question. Shunsei General narrowed his eyes, and an even more bone-chilling aura shrouded him. Enduring humiliation and forcing a smile, what is going on? Why did you use these 2 words, and why did you say such things? Qi Lianyan, the brother of the late Sword Saint of Fire, the wielder of the Sword of Confusion, answer my question. Sun Lang took 2 steps forward, and his tone was as heavy as a mountain. His words were imposing, and now, it was like a mountain of sharp swords pressing down on Qi Lianyan. I am asking you, why did the widow of a late friend come to ask for help from her husband's fellow soldiers, and why did she endure humiliation? Why did she force a smile in front of the comrades her husband entrusted his life to? Sun Lang said coldly, "Don't tell me that she came to me to suffer a great grievance? Why did you say that you empathize with her? Why did you say that you empathize with her pain? The West conquering general was also your brother's comrade, and he died with him in the Great Barren Mountain. Who gave you the guts to flirt with his widow in the street? What did you mean by those words?" Although his tone was calm, it was extremely cold, and the murderous intent in it was difficult to describe with words. Sun Lang said slowly, "You said you wanted to help her, but how?" Qi Lianyan was terrified. He was really scared. His heart was in turmoil, and countless emotions surged. Fear, anger, hatred, and mockery. He realized that Sun Lang was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined, and also much more shameless than he had imagined. Both of them knew the truth of the battle on the Great Barren Mountain. The Sword Saint of Fire and the Sword Saint of Fire both died at his hands, and yet he still dared to boast shamelessly and distort the truth. But Qi Lianyan dared not say anything. In the end, he still had some brains. He would never dare to tell the truth here and publicly declare that it was Sun Lang who had killed the 2 Sword Saints in the Great Barren Mountain. He did not dare. Because once the truth was revealed here, no one knew how things would develop. But he, Qi Lianyan, would definitely be smashed to pieces and die without a burial place. His Majesty would be the first to not let him off. And Sun Lang, this guy, has he even considered my thoughts? Qi Lianyan was both shocked and furious. This was different from what he had planned. He wanted to provoke Sun Lang in the street. As long as he forced and provoked Sun Lang into action, regardless of the outcome, he would take credit for it. This plan was flawless. He only needed to flash the sacred sword of fire and intimidate the soldiers. If Sun Lang did not appear, his prestige and face would be swept away. If Sun Lang did appear, he would inevitably be caught in the middle of a street brawl. But this guy, how could this guy do this? He was obviously a peerless master in the world, but why did he not have the temper of a martial artist? He did not fight, but only talked. He even used his official status, seniority, and experience to pressure others. He did not even move a little finger, yet he easily dispelled this almost perfect plan. This guy's martial arts were powerful, but how could he be so cunning as well? Qi Lianyan's heart was cold. He knew that today's operation had failed miserably. The first thing to do now was to find a way to escape and seek revenge in the future. Forget it, forget it. He made up his mind. He put down his other knee and knelt down on both knees. He kowtowed 3 times on the ground and said loudly, "I was confused and used the wrong words. What I meant was that Madame Shen went to the Copper Sparrow Terrace alone to save her younger brother. When she saw her late husband, she would be nostalgic. When she saw the general, she would think of her late husband and would be heartbroken. But she could not cry in front of the general, so, as he explained, he remembered the humiliation of kneeling. Qi Lianyan made up his mind. He would repay today's matter 100 times over, 100 times over. But he was still too young. In the past, when the generals used their troops, their momentum was like a thunderstorm. Every time they attacked where the enemy had to defend themselves, they would hit where it hurt the most. In a confrontation with the enemy, they would often hit the vital points, and when the enemy was exhausted, they would reveal more openings. Then they would discover in despair that a new wave of attacks would attack the newly exposed openings. Wave after wave, the more they hit, the more painful it would be, until the morale of the army was completely destroyed, and it turned into a great defeat. Just like now. Sun Lang's offensive was far from over. The decisive move was at this moment. "You want to leave after offending commander of war?" Sun Lang stared coldly at Qi Lianyan, who was trying to explain himself. "No, you're lying. What do you mean by lending a hand? What do you mean by fellow sufferers sympathizing with each other? Why do you think that the one surnamed Sun likes to meddle in other people's business?" Qi Lianyan was just about to explain when Sun Lang waved his hand and sneered. His laughter was full of sadness. "Criticizing heroes is the instinct of villains. Forgetting heroes is the trait of mediocre people. I was prepared for this, but I didn't expect you to think so too. Qi Lianyan, I don't know who instigated you, but I know what you're thinking. I disappeared for 2 years, so there must be a lot of discussion in the court. Those ambitious people who want to stir up trouble, and the remnants of the Sky Demon who want to see the world in chaos must have spread all kinds of rumors. The so-called truth of the Battle of Great Desolate Mountain, the so-called fact that the Imperial Court sealed, all kinds of rumors became more and more intense. I didn't take it to heart because one day the truth will be revealed. The sun will melt the snow and the light will drive away the darkness. I used to believe so, but things are much worse than I imagined." He looked at Qi Lianyan, his eyes restrained, and said without joy or sorrow, "Even you believe it." Qi Lianyan didn't expect this development. He stammered, I didn't," Sun Lang said calmly. "If you didn't, why did you provoke me here? Why did you block Shen Yaohua's carriage? Why did you take out the sacred fire sword? Why were you full of hostility toward me? Why did you say those things?" Qi Lianyan couldn't help but stand up and take 2 steps back. No, I didn't." Sun Lang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "When you spoke earlier, you used your internal energy to transmit your voice. It was loud and clear and could be heard for miles. I don't know how many people heard it. As the sacred fire sword saint, your words will definitely cause a wave of rumors to spread. It will be used by people with ulterior motives." Qi Lianyan was flustered. I didn't mean that, it's not important." Sun Lang sighed. "What's important is that it has already happened, and I can't sit by and watch the reputation of my fallen comrades be tarnished. We fought and gave up everything in the war. No one deserves to be treated like that. Protecting the reputation of the fallen heroes is the responsibility of the living." He looked straight at Qi Lianyan. "Let's go." Qi Lianyan felt his soul tremble under his gaze. He asked in a trembling voice, "Where are we going?" Sun Lang put his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. The towering palace walls and the magnificent halls were the center of the empire. It was the residence of the emperor and the place of the greatest centralization of power in the mortal world. You already have a preconceived prejudice in your heart. No matter how much I explain, I can't change your mind. Even if you agree verbally, you won't believe it in your heart. You will think that I pressured and coerced you. Today's incident involves the secrets of Tianyuan. It's no longer a matter between the two of us. It's a matter of everyone. It's a matter of all the people who died in the battle in the great desolate mountain. It's a matter of all the heroes of Tianyuan. It's a matter of the empire and the world. Everything in the world ends in the world. Qi Lianyan suddenly thought of an extremely terrifying possibility. He widened his eyes in shock and boundless fear surged into his heart. No, impossible. This guy wants to. Sun Lang's voice was still calm, as if it were a voice from heaven. Today, right now, we'll go to the Golden Palace in the Royal Palace and strike the sea golden beam drum. We'll go to heaven and gather all the officials. We'll go to His Majesty and debate with him. We'll explain the incident in the great desolate mountain from the beginning to the end in front of the Emperor and the officials. We'll solve all the doubts in your heart and reveal the truth to the world. Are you satisfied now? Let's go. You'll die if you don't. Chapter 889. When these words reached Qi Lianyan's ears, they were as loud as thunder and lightning. He couldn't help but shudder. To him, these were the most terrifying words in the world. Crazy, all of them were crazy. Qi Lianyan was horrified. He stared at Sun Lang in disbelief. How could there be such a monster in the world? Everything had happened in a hurry, but he had seen through his opponent's intentions in such a short time. Not only had he not stepped into the trap, but he had also easily resolved the crisis and attack. Not only that, he had even taken advantage of the situation to push back. Even with his intelligence, he could completely figure out the consequences of this matter. This was not a case of trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Not only had he failed to carry out his plan, but Sun Lang had even dragged him to the palace, gathered all the officials, forced a court meeting, and openly told his lies in front of the Emperor and all the officials. He was practically forcing the Emperor to make a choice. Either you cooperate with my performance or you fight right now. The result was obvious. If the Emperor could be tough, then he would have had many chances to be tough. But compromising meant losing face. When an ordinary person lost face, they would stomp their feet and curse in anger, let alone the Emperor who could kill millions of people. The Emperor had lost a great deal of face, and had also suffered an inexplicable defeat. His anger was bound to rise to the heavens. No matter who he vented his anger on, the pitiful fire sword saint would have to bear the brunt. Because every failure had to have a scapegoat. This time, even if Qi Lianyan wanted to shift the blame, he couldn't because he had acted alone. In other words, he had single-handedly caused the situation. He had mishandled it. No, absolutely not. He absolutely couldn't agree to it. This was the only thing he absolutely couldn't agree to. Qi Lianyan's heart was filled with great fear. Like a frightened little girl, he took 2 steps back and shook his head desperately. No, no, you can't do this, Sun Lang said indifferently. Go or die. You only have these 2 choices. At this moment, Qi Lianyan's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Just a moment ago, he had been complacent and had wanted to make Sun Lang feel what it was like to be in a difficult position. But in just a moment, his face had been slapped by his opponent's fierce counterattack. Before he could snap out of his stupor, he was faced with an even more dangerous dilemma. The dilemma he prepared for Sun Lang was nothing more than losing face or being at a disadvantage, but the dilemma he faced was death no matter how he looked at it. As long as one was a martial artist, one's strength came from one's own strength. The higher one's cultivation, the greater one's achievements, the stronger one's heart would be. This was even more so for those who were young and ambitious. This heart was divided into pride and confidence. It was not entirely a bad thing. Sometimes, it was the source of courage to face difficulties head-on and be fearless. However, success depended on one's mental state, and failure also depended on one's mental state. If one's spirit was thwarted and one's mental state scattered, it would be a fatal blow to a martial artist. It was enough to cause a proud son of heaven to become lifeless overnight and his mental state to collapse. And this was the case for Qi Lianyan. At such a young age, he had taken over his elder brother's mantle and become the new Fire Radiance Sword Saint. He had practically stood at the peak of all martial artists in the world. What kind of achievement was this? Countless flowers, praise, and glory surrounded him. But the moment he stood at the peak of his life, he was smashed to the ground by another monster with a stick. This kind of blow was simply fatal. If he went, he would die. If he didn't go, he would also die. From the moment they met, Sun Lang had launched a meticulous and fatal attack. He had pressured him with righteousness, loyalty, filial piety, seniority, achievements, and moral character. One after another, he had easily beaten Qi Lianyan's spirit until he had no choice but to lower his head and admit his mistake. But that was only the beginning. His vicious follow-up moves were endless, wave after wave, each more vicious than the last. Now, he had been pushed to a dead end by Sun Lang. For the young and vigorous Qi Lianyan, this kind of blow and setback was simply too great. His heart had long since been thrown into disarray. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place, and both sides were facing death. But at least he still had some rationality left in him. Fear made one feel inferior, and one could even give up one's dignity. Qi Lianyan's head heated up, and he knelt down without even thinking. This time was different from the previous time. There was no longer any humiliation in his heart, only fear. His mind was no longer filled with thoughts of how he would repay Sun Lang 100-fold, but rather how he could beg Sun Lang to be merciful and let him pass through this crisis. He pleaded, "General, this lowly one spoke wrongly. Please forgive me this time." "Forgive you this time?" Sun Lang's tone was serene. "What did you do wrong? Your suspicions are only natural. Your brother died in the great desolate mountain. Many people died in the great desolate mountain, but I survived and have been missing for 2 years. There are indeed suspicious things about it. It's perfectly normal for you to have doubts. Today, I'm going to clear your doubts in the most honorable way." His eyes were like lightning as he stared at Qi Lianyan coldly. Only the two of them knew the hidden meaning in their conversation. Sun Lang was destroying the pathetic chess piece in front of him step by step. But to those who did not know the truth, General Shunsei sounded so honorable and had a clear conscience. In contrast, Qi Lianyan, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, appeared to be a coward, flustered, and at a loss. It was obvious who was in the right and who was in the wrong. General Shen's voice spread far and wide. Many people could hear him clearly. "You suspect that there are other reasons for the battle of the great desolate mountain. You suspect that your brother's death is very suspicious. That is your right, but my duty is to protect the reputation of the heroes of the Heaven's origin sector, not just your brother's, but mine as well. The most credible and convincing way is to go to the Golden Palace and argue." Sun Lang's words were sonorous and forceful, full of magnanimity and confidence. In front of His Majesty and the ministers, the truth will be revealed to the world. If I really did play a dishonorable role in the great desolate mountain as you said, then the imperial bodyguards will arrest me on the spot. There are so many experts in the palace, not to mention the civil and military officials. With so many experts surrounding me, how can I resist? Am I right? This is my sincerity. This is my way of proving my innocence. If His Majesty and the ministers believe that I am guilty, then everything will end in the Golden Palace. Sun Lang Sinran looked at Qi Lianyan. "Is this not enough?" Qi Lianyan stammered, "Enough, enough. Then what are you waiting for?" The radiant fire sword saint was about to cry. I, Sun Lang said in a low voice. "You teased the sword saint's widow on the street and used the sacred sword bestowed by the imperial court to intimidate the soldiers of the Wei Ling Empire. I should have taught you a lesson, but for the sake of your brother, I only reprimanded you. However, You only listened to me verbally and did not mean what you said. You are not convinced. You are spouting nonsense and doubting the inside story of the battle of the great desolate mountain. For the sake of your dead brother, I am willing to go to the Golden Palace with you to argue. Previously you were full of flowery words, arrogant and ignorant. Now you are retreating in every possible way, unwilling to obey my orders. I have given in time and time again, and you are still making excuses in front of me? At this point, Sun Lang's voice was stern. It was as if a thunderclap had struck from the sky. His voice exploded like thunder. Could it be that you think this sun is made of mud? To outsiders, this sudden shout was indeed like a thunderclap, but to the person involved, it was even more soul-shaking. It contained a power that struck straight at the heart. 90% of the power contained in this roar was aimed at Qi Lianyan. No one knew what Qi Lianyan was facing at this moment. It was said that when humans were faced with unbearable pressure, there were only two reactions. One was to be unreservedly humble, and the other was to go completely insane. A tsunami of killing intent, the aura of blood and fire, the inextinguishable flames of fury that had been condensed in the bloody battle of the great desolate mountain, entwined with black blood energy, spilled toward Qi Lianyan. What was even more frightening was the look in his eyes. Just like an executioner who had killed many criminals, the way he looked at people would change. In their eyes, life would become something else, no longer sacred and noble, but incomparably fragile. At this moment, Sun Lang was like an executioner. He was looking at something called the Fire Radiance Sword Saint. Because he had killed it before, because it had been very easy to kill it, this one was not difficult. It was this kind of gaze, a gaze that said that he could kill if he wanted to. Qi Lianyan understood the look in his eyes. It was only at this moment that he completely understood what kind of monster the person who had come to provoke him was. He didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It was said that when humans were faced with unbearable pressure, there were only two reactions. One was to be unreservedly humble, and the other was to go completely insane. Qi Lianyan was the Fire Radiance Sword Saint, a young and promising martial artist, an extraordinary hero. Martial artists were stronger than ordinary people, and even in desperate situations, they had the strength to resist. As a proud son of heaven, when faced with a dead-end dilemma, it was very likely that he would fall into madness and launch a furious attack without regard for the consequences. But Sun Lang had already expected this. Right now, he needed Qi Lianyan to be humble, not crazy. Therefore, Qi Lianyan's courage to resist and the madness in his mind were all frightened away by this gaze. Under such pressure, he no longer had the time to consider the difference between being able to kill and not being able to kill. He only knew that Sun Lang did indeed have the ability to kill him easily, so he broke down and became humble. He sat down on the ground and followed his fear instinctively and shouted, "Spare me!" Sun Lang said indifferently, "What are you talking about? I'm not going to do anything to you." Qi Lianyan had already fallen into despair. He lay on the ground again and repeatedly kowtowed. The person in front of him was a terrifying monster, and the anger of his majesty was equally frightening. He did not want either of these two options. Therefore, the young man who had been incomparably arrogant just now cried and shouted, "I was wrong. For the sake of my brother, please spare me this time. If this matter is really brought to His Majesty's court, I'll be finished. My life will be over. You're a magnanimous person, please spare me. I was young and impetuous and mistakenly believed the slanderous words of a villain, so I misunderstood General. You're a magnanimous person." He was already speaking without thinking. When people were panicking and breaking down, they would often make more mistakes. Mistakenly believed the slanderous words of a villain? Sun Lang raised his eyebrows. Whose slanderous words? Tell me his name. The show had just begun. Chapter 890. Whose slanderous words? Tell me his name. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. The terrifying opponent was closing in on him. In his despair, Qi Lianyan realized that he had misspoken again. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the enemy was closing in on him like a nightmare. One could only imagine the despair in his heart. Why did it turn out like this? Why did it turn out like this? Why won't you let me go? But he had lost his drive and had lost the best chance to resist. Qi Lianyan was the fire sword saint. Although he was not as good as Sun Lang, he still had real skills. He knew very well that at this moment, he was completely at a disadvantage. Sun Lang's aura had locked on to every part of his body. If he made the slightest move, he would be attacked by a storm. But he could not say the names of those people. This was no different from going to the Golden Palace and confronting the Emperor. It might even be more serious. His face was dripping with cold sweat, his eyes were erratic, and his breathing was rapid. This sorry state made the surrounding people of the imperial capital feel that it was absurd. They then shook their heads and sighed. How could such a person obtain the recognition of the sacred sword? He was far inferior to his brother. In contrast, the Shunsei general standing in front of him could be called a hero. Only when there was a comparison would there be harm. He had always been a man of reason. Although he had been provoked by the younger generation with a sword, he had always been kind to him and reprimanded him instead of teaching him a lesson directly because he was the younger brother of an old friend. It was only when he learned of this young man's arrogant words that he became angry. However, his anger was still justified. He even proposed to go to the Golden Palace to confront the Emperor. It could be said that he maintained the greatest restraint. This was the true demeanor of a great general. He had a clear conscience, and his words and actions were full of righteousness. At that moment, many citizens of the imperial capital had already fallen in love with the general of divine strategies and had firmly engraved today's events in their hearts. The stage that Qi Lianyan had painstakingly chosen and the audience that he invited had all become Sun Lang's wedding clothes. Many people were already showing signs of becoming the general of divine strategies. But Qi Lianyan had no time to be annoyed or angry. He had come from one hopeless situation to another. The third option was still a perilous situation with no chance of survival. There was no hope. Wait a minute. Sun Lang looked at Qi Lianyan's changing expression and said indifferently, "It seems that you were instigated to come here today to pick a fight and force this son to show himself, right? To be able to persuade a newly promoted Fire Radiant Sword Saint, he is definitely not someone to be trifled with. To be able to make you so fearful that you don't even dare to mention his name, his identity is definitely not to be underestimated." The celestial Yuan generals all had strange looks on their faces, and Sun Zhongmo hurriedly lowered his head. There were even gasps of surprise from the crowd. The capital was the home of the Son of Heaven, the most benevolent of lands. In this feudal era where centralized power was centralized, the people living in the capital enjoyed the best resources and the most open-minded culture in the world. Even the ordinary commoners had extraordinary insight and ability to think. They also realized that there seemed to be a huge conspiracy behind this matter. As for how big it was so big that no one dared to delve into it. Qi Lianyan raised his head in horror and begged, "No, it's not," Sun Lang said indifferently. "Then I'm even more interested. Last night, I went straight to the enemy's den and attacked the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, destroying the foundation that the remnants of the Sky Demon had painstakingly built. The aftermath shook the capital, and the rebels of the Sky Demon who had escaped the disaster must have gnashed their teeth in anger. But in less than half a day, my subordinates were picked on by a 7 Radiant Sword Saint, and the spearhead was pointed directly at me. Is this a coincidence? It seems not. And this Sword Saint has already admitted that he was instigated by someone, but he doesn't dare to mention the name of the person behind this. This is really surprising. It really makes one's imagination run wild. He stared at Qi Lianyan, his voice cold and emotionless. Answer my question. Tell me the name. Qi Lianyan, who instigated you to pick a fight with me? Who is tarnishing the reputation of your brother and mine? Who is adding fuel to the fire and smearing the glory of the battle on the great desolate mountain? Who is it? Answer my question. Who is it that doesn't want to see me return to the capital? Who is it that flew into a rage because of what happened at the Copper Sparrow Pavilion yesterday? Qi Lianyan, if you are still Qi Lianyan's younger brother, if you still think that you are the Fire Radiance Sword Saint, if you think that your tolerance is worthy of the sacred sword in your hand, Shinsei General said word by word, then let us see the strength of the Sword Saint. Tell me his name. Let us hear it. Let me know. Let the world see clearly who is shaking the glory of the battle on the great desolate mountain, who is stirring up trouble in the dark. Qi Lianyan was collapsing. He was losing his reason and his mind was going crazy. He suddenly yelled, I don't know. I don't know. You are talking nonsense. There is no such thing. Stubborn and unrepentant. Sun Lang shouted loudly, his angry voice like thunder in the sky. Today you said his name in front of everyone. Don't tell me that someone would dare to silence you. If you tell me his name, I'll guarantee your safety. No matter how strong your opponent is, I won't allow him to harm you. Otherwise, Qi Lianyan, you'll suffer a crushing defeat today. Even if I let you go now, do you think you'll be able to survive? Qi Lianyan was so frightened by this shout that he retreated. His mental defenses were peeled off layer by layer. When pure fear and chaos ruled over the mind, a powerful warrior was no different from a mortal. He said in panic, I can't. Pang Ji suddenly took a step forward and shouted loudly, General! This kind of stubborn and bold fanatic provoked the widow of a hero, used the sacred sword for private use, criticized the imperial court's general, and was used by evil people. He is still stubborn even in the face of death. Why are you still talking nonsense with him? Why don't we take him down and interrogate him? At the same time, Imperial Tutor Pang gave a subtle signal with his eyes. The generals of Tianyuan understood and immediately echoed, Take him down! Take him down! Take him down! Seeing their general's order, the soldiers all followed suit. On the long street, countless armored elite soldiers slammed their weapons on the ground. Take him down! Take him down! Take him down! Their voices were like thunder, neat and uniform. They cut across the sky, and their killing intent soared into the sky. This scene was really hot-blooded. Humans had the mentality of following the crowd, and they were emotional creatures. Moreover, they liked to stand on the side of righteousness and seek moral superiority. Now, the general's words were like knives, reasonable and justified. Qi Lianyan was drenched in cold sweat, despicable and wretched. In contrast, Sun Lang was naturally the righteous side. The people liked to stand on the side that seemed to be righteous to show their moral upbringing. Therefore, it was natural that they would denounce Qi Lianyan, who had been instigated by evil people, angrily. The combination of all these factors and the uniform slogans caused more and more people to join in the shouting. Everyone's expression was fanatical, and everyone's eyes were full of righteousness. They wanted to see justice punish evil and make the sinner pay the price, by any means. Therefore they also shouted, Take him down! Take him down! Take him down! In an instant everyone was pointing fingers, and the entire city was filled with enemies. Qi Lianyan looked at all this in confusion and fear. He really didn't understand how things had turned out like this, but in fact, he understood. It's all because of you. He looked at Sun Lang with fear and hatred. This extreme hatred lasted for only a moment before it was extinguished. Now, his emotions had reached an extreme, and all kinds of emotions were rapidly changing in his mind. One moment, he was afraid of Sun Lang's methods, and the next moment, he hated him for leaving no room for negotiation. Why did you do this? Why did you force me? Why did you make things difficult for me? Couldn't you have followed the plan? Why did you show up? Or come and beat me up after you showed up? It doesn't matter how badly you beat me up. Why did you say those things? Why did you force me to this point? And Sun Lang noticed this glint of hatred. He raised his hand and lightly waved it. The armored soldiers on the street immediately fell silent, as if they were one person. The excited people also gradually calmed down. Sun Lang slowly said, "Last night's matter was urgent. I've just returned to the capital and haven't accepted my authority. Setting up a private torture chamber is indeed unjustified, and I can't do it a second time. Qi Lianyan, you've rejected my good intentions once again. So I've already done my duty. Since you're unwilling to speak, then go and explain to His Majesty. We can solve this matter together." Hearing this, Qi Lianyan was even more shocked. "Are you King done yet? Why did you go back again?" He roared, "No!" Sun Lang ignored him and shouted, "Pangji!" Imperial Tutor Pang roared, "A lowly general is here. You'll be the vanguard, cross the Jinshui Bridge at the Gate of Heaven Influence, strike the Jinshui Drum of the Sea, familiarize yourself with the Imperial Guards, and inform the ministers." Shunsei General sternly said, "Sun Lang has returned to the capital and wants to see His Majesty. He has an important matter to report to the Emperor and the ministers. Ask the Emperor to leave the hall and summon the officials into the palace. Tell them that General Shunsei requests His Majesty to hold a court meeting." Pangji loudly said, "We obey General's order. General's order is to hold a court meeting." The Tianyuan general sternly echoed, "General's order is to hold a court meeting." The soldiers roared back, "General's order is to hold a court meeting. Hold a court meeting. Hold a court meeting." Pangji spurred his horse and was about to leave amidst the shouting. Qi Lianyan's mind was in turmoil. He knew that he couldn't return from this trip, and there was no turning back. He would definitely be crushed under the wrath of the Emperor and become a scapegoat. In fear, his mental defenses completely collapsed. He shouted, "Wait, wait." Sun Lang sternly said, "The general's words are no joke. Qi Lianyan, just you wait." Qi Lianyan shouted in despair, "I'll die if I say it." Sun Lang shouted, "You'll die even if you don't say it. If you say it here, I'll protect you. Whether you say it in the Golden Palace or not, it's none of my business." Qi Lianyan's tears and mucus flowed down his face. His hands dug deep into the floor tiles as he madly shouted in despair, "Will you protect me if I say it? With me here, those people will never be able to kill you." Sun Lang shouted, "If you cooperate." Qi Lianyan completely collapsed. He madly shouted, "I'll say it! I'll say it!" Just then, his expression froze. His face flushed red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blazing waves of qi spread uncontrollably from his body. A tyrannical aura swelled in his body, and streaks of sharp and scorching sword radiance penetrated his body. It seemed that there was an unstable power stirring inside him, venting out a violent and uncontrollable power to bite back at its master. It happened so suddenly that everyone was shocked. The outstanding martial artists of Tianyuan shouted in shock and anger, "Oh no! Someone wants to silence us!" At the same time, a vast and powerful force came pressing down with an unstoppable mysterious force. It seemed to be enough to seal off heaven and earth. At this critical moment, Sun Lang threw out a palm. It seemed that he was going to save him, but it seemed that only Qi Lianyan knew who was trying to kill him. He looked at Sun Lang in shock and fury. He wanted to say something, but with the external force of the palm and the internal qi flowing in reverse, Qi Lianyan could no longer speak a complete sentence. With the last of his strength, he shouted, in the end the word "you" did not leave his mouth. In an instant, the body of the radiant fire sword saint was swallowed up by the blazing flames from the inside out. Qi Lianyan died without knowing how Sun Lang killed him. He did not understand when Sun Lang had the intention to kill him. He did not know when Sun Lang had made the move, and he did not understand how Sun Lang had provoked his radiant firepower to instantly detonate the internal chi balance in his body. But he understood the look in Sun Lang's eyes. In the last moment of his life, he knew what Sun Lang was saying. He was saying, "Thank you for your cooperation." Chapter 891. The citizens of the imperial capital who were lucky enough to watch today could brag about it for 10 years. They saw the new fire sword saint appear in public with their own eyes. They saw the sword light of the fire sword that was as bright as flowing flames. They also saw with their own eyes that the marshal, who had made outstanding contributions, appeared in public for the first time after being missing for 2 years. He was full of righteousness, and it was hard to offend him. They saw Qi Lianyan use the fire sword to provoke the famous general of Tianyuan. They also saw how the general, who convinced people with reason, used justice, reason, and dignity to discipline the young and impetuous Qi Lianyan into a wretched and submissive grandson. They also learned of a huge secret. The remnants of the extraterrestrial demons did not give up on their desire to kill him. They seemed to be secretly plotting a terrible scheme. A dark net was quietly spreading out. Even a hero of the age like the Fire Sword Saint seemed to have been fooled. This seemed to involve a very large dark force. The general had been fighting openly and secretly with the other party for the past 2 years. But all these things were not as exciting as the next thing. If they could talk about the above for a year, then they could talk about this for the remaining 9 years. That's right, it was 2F** King exciting and exciting. They actually witnessed the death of a 7 luminaries sword saint in public, in front of everyone. It was 2F** King exciting. If it was the information age, then Babwa, all the major forums, and foreign websites would have been crowded, and the Imperial Secret Service would have been in a hurry to talk to the people in charge of all the platforms to delete the posts to maintain stability. In the WeChat moments and Babwa space, there would be headlines such as, "Hurry up and download it, it will be deleted soon." The person who posted the first-hand video of the Fire Sword Saint being killed has been interviewed by the East Faction Guard. Gossips among gossips, how exciting was that? That's right, everyone could see it clearly. Killing to silence. The Fire Sword Saint's heart collapsed. When he was about to tell the truth, he spontaneously combusted and turned into ashes in an instant. It felt like a big conspiracy. Someone didn't want him to tell the truth. It was completely killing to silence. Too arrogant, too domineering, too evil. Mysterious conspiracies were often discussed enthusiastically by the public. Under the watchful eyes of the public, it was unknown how many people had seen it clearly. Other than the surrounding citizens, there were also those who were secretly paying attention to this matter. After all, Sun Lang had angrily rebuked Qi Lianyan for a long time. Once the news spread, any qualified intelligence personnel would rush over and observe the duel between the Fire Sword Master and General Shunsei. This was the first time Sun Lang had a conflict with someone in public. It was extremely valuable information. But from the looks of it now, the price was a little too high. A sword saint died just like that? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. For a moment they all felt that it was very absurd, as if they were in a dream. Although Qi Lianyan's performance was very disappointing, he was still someone recognized by the sacred fire sword. How could he die just like that? Just like a chicken, it had died. After the shock, there was a faint anger and even greater curiosity. Who was it that instigated and even ordered a sword saint? Who exactly was Qi Lianyan afraid of? Who was it that could place a restriction on Qi Lianyan's body and kill him before he could reveal the truth? Everyone was shocked. Everyone was deep in thought. Everything happened too quickly. Even General Shunsei, who was highly skilled in martial arts, did not have time to save Qi Lianyan's life. In an instant, the sword saint withered in flames. A layer of strange red light appeared on Qi Lianyan's half-charred corpse. After killing the Fire Sword Master, That unstable power was still active and rising. When the general's palm wind and sword energy pressed down, this power suddenly shook violently. The fiery wind around the corpse was swept away, but the fluctuations of the red light became even more intense. Everyone realized that the matter was not over yet. They all looked at the general. Sun Lang's expression was calm. He raised his hand and pressed down. A powerful force pressed down. At the same time, a red light broke out from Qi Lianyan's corpse. With a buzzing sound, the sword hummed, like a raging inferno, the sun flame boiled endlessly. That scarlet light rushed into the air, and was stopped by a powerful force. Everyone stared at it, and someone exclaimed, "Sacred sword!" This discovery was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. The waves spread out violently. Everyone looked at each other and said something. The shocked people discussed in low voices. I saw it clearly. The fire sword master burned himself. Something exploded from his body. I remember it very clearly. It was this kind of light, the same kind of light as the sacred sword. Doesn't this mean the sacred sword killed him, killed the fire sword master? That's impossible, but that's the only explanation. Even if this person did not live up to his name, he was still the one chosen by the sacred sword. Apart from the backlash of the sacred sword, how could he be killed instantly? But the sacred sword, why would the sacred sword, such a fact and such a cause of death were even more terrifying. No one dared to think about it. Even the Tian Yuan generals, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, changed their expressions. While everyone was still in shock, the general reached out and stopped the fire sword master who was trying to escape. Then he shouted, "Where are the troops?" Although the soldiers were shocked by Qi Lianyan's death, they still replied subconsciously after hearing the general's order, "I'm waiting for my orders." Sun Lang opened his fingers to the sky. His dense spiritual gas entangled the imperial army in the sky like a dense net and suppressed the Confucian sword, who was trying to escape with his unparalleled cultivation. His calm and steady voice echoed on the entire street, comforting the uneasy souls. Just like on the Heaven's Origin battlefield a few years ago, he had always brought people hope of victory and survival. The general issued orders in an orderly manner. All troops block the street. Nobody is allowed to go in or out. Fellow citizens, I am General Sun Lang of the Shinsei. This is a serious matter. I command you to cooperate with the military order. From now on, nobody is allowed to leave your current position without permission. Those who intend to escape must be up to no good, and they must be related to the death of the fire sword master. You are all good citizens of the capital, and you are responsible for the rise and fall of the country. Therefore, I ask you to pay close attention to your surroundings and pay attention to anyone suspicious. Pangji, go to the capital magistrate's office and inform the capital magistrate, Bao Shiren, that a murder has occurred here. Pangmei, go to the imperial advisor's office and find the imperial advisor's office and the sacred artifact supervisor. Pass on my order and ask them to bring the records of Qi Lianyan and the fire sword master to me. Android, take the flying bear army and surround the Qi mansion. Check and control everyone in the Qi mansion. Shan Xiongxin, go to the Confucian Sword Palace and summon the palace swordsman. Su Dingfang, Lu Haida. The generals answered and left. Horses galloped and banners fluttered. The long street was filled with killing intent. The general gave orders while controlling the Sky Sword Master. The Fire Sword Master dashed left and right, but it still couldn't escape from Sun Lang's net. In the end, it let out a weak cry and fell to the ground. It was suspended in front of Sun Lang by an invisible force. Sun Lang looked at the Sky Sword Master in front of him, and then looked at the charred corpse of Qi Lianyan on the ground. He took a deep breath. He said coldly, "I was caught off guard by what happened today. It's a pity that the Fire Sword Master died in front of me. However, I'm afraid that the death of the Fire Sword Master will cause more waves. There will probably be countless dirty water thrown at me. Although I'm not afraid, I can't not be prepared. I'll have to trouble you all to be my witnesses." His words were still tough, but many people could hear some fatigue and tiredness in them. Although his friend's younger brother had gone astray, it was not a pleasant thing to see him die in front of him. Moreover, he had already fought for 2 years. After returning to the capital, he had to face countless strong enemies. He must be very tired. Many hot-blooded men were hot-headed and shouted loudly, "General, don't worry! Although I'm not talented, I'm willing to testify for the general. We saw what happened today with our own eyes. It has nothing to do with the general." The rest of the people started to chime in. Sun Lang looked around and bowed slightly. Then his eyes became cold and he said calmly, "Ordinary people are so hot-blooded and responsible. Do you all, martial artists, still want to be bystanders? No matter which lord you are, or which government's secret agent you all have to be witnesses today. The man by the window on the second floor of the second restaurant to my left, the man holding the green cloth in the first cloth workshop to my right, I'm talking about you. The remaining 2 or 3, do you want me to call you one by one? Do you want to come out yourselves, or do I have to ask you to come out? Do you want to stay as witnesses, or do you want to commit suicide by taking poison immediately? I'll only count to 3. Soon, there was a commotion in the crowd. 20 or 30 people walked out from various places with conflicted faces and bowed to the general. Sun Lang glanced at them and said, "Don't frown. It's your duty. I won't make things difficult for you. Go to Ma Shuying to register and write down your background. I'll personally inform your superiors and masters to explain the situation. If they treat you badly because of this matter in the future, you can come to me for help." The secret agents had different thoughts. They bowed again and went to register on their own. The soldiers maintained order while the common people discussed animatedly. Sun Lang stared at Qi Lianyan's corpse, thinking about something. Sun Bofu frowned and pondered. Sun Zhongmo had a suspicious look on his face. Sun Shangxiang, who had returned with the news, approached her 2 brothers with a slightly conflicted expression. She was looking forward to the plot of the tyrannical marshal. How did it develop like this? The little girl looked at the 7 Treasures fragrance carriage. Shen Yaohua's carriage had been quietly parked on the side of the street. Sun Lang didn't ask her anything, and the widow didn't say anything. Her brother had also been called into the carriage. The lonely carriage seemed to have been forgotten by everyone. Sun Shangxiang whispered, "I always feel that something is very strange." Not long after, there was a silence on the street. Surrounded by 3 groups of yamen runners, the magistrate of Kaifeng, Bao Shiren, hurried over with his team. Bao Haizi and Sun Lang's eyes met from afar. Both of them had no joy or sorrow on their faces. When Bao Haizi approached, Sun Lang said faintly, "Hello, Lord Bao." Bao Shiren gritted his teeth and said, "What's going on?" Sun Lang clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Is this the attitude of the capital governor when he meets the general of Shensei? Is this the way the most upright official in the capital, Lord Bao, handles cases?" Chapter 892. Bao Shiren was enraged when he heard this, but Gong Sun Su secretly pulled his sleeve from behind. The chief official of the capital office was startled at first, but then he immediately came to his senses. He had already made a mistake and had hidden hostility and prejudice against Sun Lang. His previous words and actions were extremely inappropriate. Gong Sun Su was right. Although the capital office was a high-ranking official of the imperial court, in terms of rank, he was far inferior to the Shensei general. Moreover, Sun Lang was a senior general of Tianyuan and had made great contributions. According to the imperial court's correct policy of giving preferential treatment to the meritorious officials of Tianyuan, Bao Shiren had to treat him with respect. But he had just met him, and without greeting him, he had directly and aggressively questioned him. It was as if he had preemptively set the other party as a criminal. This kind of thing happened between the Capitol Office and an ordinary citizen, not to mention between two important officials of the empire. It would be considered the behavior of a corrupt official even if it happened between the Capitol Office and an ordinary citizen. Bao Shiren had already realized where the problem was. Now, his impression of Sun Lang was extremely complicated. This extremely tangled feeling would affect his judgment and behavior, causing his thoughts to no longer be calm and clear. He had to adjust. Lord Bao quickly adjusted his state of mind. After reflecting on his mistake, he solemnly cupped his hands and bowed. I am Bao Shiren of the Capitol Office. Greetings to the Sensei General. Please forgive me for my lack of manners. Lord Bao's companions saw this and bowed in unison. Greetings to the Sensei General. Sun Lang glanced at the attendants behind Bao Shiren. His gaze paused for a moment on Zhang Zhao's cat ears, and then moved away without leaving a trace. He cupped his hands and returned the greeting. Lord Bao Shiren, you don't have to be so courteous. It's just that something happened just now and I'm feeling a little down. Please don't take my words to heart. Pengji, who had gone to deliver the message, failed. After Qi Lianyan and Sun Lang started arguing, Lord Bao, who had been paying close attention to the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, received the news. He was the governor of the capital, the mayor of the capital. Of course, this matter was within his jurisdiction. This was a brawl between two sword saints on the street. Moreover, he was familiar with Sun Lang's temperament and methods. If he beat up the fire sword saint on the streets with a single punch, it would be disastrous. Unfortunately, even though he had rushed over, he was still too late. After greeting Sun Lang, he saw the charred corpse lying on the ground and the sacred fire sword floating beside Sun Lang. His heart sank. The worst-case scenario still happened. He looked at Sun Lang, and there was some hostility in his tone. May I ask, General, who is this? Sun Lang said calmly. His name is Qi Lianyan. It is said that he is the newly promoted Fire Radiance Sword Saint. Bao Shiren said through clenched teeth. It is said? Sun Lang said indifferently with his hands behind his back. This is the first time I've seen such a weak 7 Luminaries Sword Saint. The 7 Luminaries Sword Saint was almost at the peak of the Empire's martial artists. As a peerless expert, he wielded a peerless weapon. He was a peak that all martial artists looked up to, a guardian revered by the Empire's citizens, and the most destructive killing machine on this planet. The word weak did not seem to be related to him at all. However, these words coming from Sun Lang's mouth were so convincing that no one could refute them. Bao Shiren said in a deep voice. In other words, the victim was accidentally killed by the general? As soon as he said this, the generals behind Sun Lang unsheathed their swords and shouted in unison, Impudent! Sun Lang waved his hand. This is a murder case. Lord Bao has judged the case impartially, so it's not strange for him to ask such a question. Judging a case should be based on suspicion and evidence, not identity and status. He did the right thing. The considerate general looked at Bao Shiren and said indifferently, This matter has nothing to do with me. This newly promoted sword saint was instigated by someone to make things difficult for me. I rebuked him in the name of righteousness and convinced him with the truth. When he realized his mistake and was about to reveal the name of the mastermind, he was suddenly killed. Sun Lang pointed at the holy sword floating in the air. If I'm not mistaken, he died from the backlash of the holy sword and the backlash of his true qi. In other words, the Fire Radiance sword killed him. Even with Bao Shiren's shrewdness, his expression changed when he heard this way of death. He then looked at Sun Lang, his eyes flashing with suspicion. His lightning-like eyes stared fixedly at the general, as if trying to find a flaw in him. Perhaps it was his preconceived prejudice, or perhaps it was his intuition from solving countless cases, but Bao Shiren felt that Sun Lang was lying through his teeth, and that Qi Lianyan's death was very likely caused by this guy. However, evidence was needed to solve a case, not to mention that he was accusing an important minister of Tianyuan. Making the same mistake once was enough. He couldn't make it too obvious. Please forgive this humble official for speaking bluntly, but the Imperial Army's backlash is unheard of. Moreover, it's the 7 luminaries' sacred sword, a national treasure. I'm afraid the general's explanation is somewhat fantastical. Sun Lang smiled, but his smile was very cold. Sir, do you mean to say that I killed Qi Lianyan? Bao Shiren replied fearlessly, this humble official does not dare to make presumptions due to insufficient evidence. However, according to the general's words, you were the last person who interacted with the deceased before he died, and also the one who interacted with him the most. Moreover, with your powerful martial arts, you do indeed have the ability to kill the deceased. As such, you are indeed suspicious. The Tianyuan soldiers on Sun Lang's side had already begun to curse. The onlookers also became restless when they heard this, and the impatient ones were already loudly calling out the general's innocence. Faced with the hostile, disdainful, dissatisfied, and suspicious gazes from all sides, Bao Shiren's expression remained resolute. As long as the truth was out, he would have a clear conscience. The capital governor tidied up his official robes and bowed solemnly. This is a matter of great importance. Please, General, allow me to investigate in detail. The soldiers couldn't hold back any longer and immediately cursed. Bulsh *T. You still want to detain Commander of War? Do you believe that I won't flatten your capital governor's office? Lord Bao raised his voice. This is a matter of life and death. Why can't I act according to the law? As the saying goes, if a prince commits a crime, he will be punished the same as a commoner. Even if you are the Shunsei general, if you are suspected, you will have to cooperate with the investigation according to the law. Sun Lang said with a faint smile, Do you really think so? Bao Shiren's eyes widened in anger, and his voice was sonorous. Of course. Sun Lang nodded. Good. I have heard that Lord Bao is impartial and impartial. You are famous in the capital for your strength. You are not afraid of officials, and you rebuke nobles. You are a good official praised by the people. I believe that your character is trustworthy. Since that is the case, how about you assist me in investigating this case? Lord Bao was stunned. I want to King investigate you, and you want me to help you? What do you mean? He frowned and said, What does General mean? I am stupid. Please tell me more. Sun Lang pointed at the dried corpse on the ground and said calmly, The great fire sword saint was instigated and threatened. Just as he was about to reveal the truth, he was suddenly killed. This is shocking. Our dynasty has been established for hundreds of years, and this has never happened before. In my opinion, this must be related to a great conspiracy. He looked at Bao Shiren and said in a serious tone, I suspect that this matter is related to my raid on the Copper Sparrow Terrace and the massacre of the Sky Demon remnants yesterday. This is very likely a counterattack by the Sky Demon remnants hidden in the Imperial Court. They are so crazy. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. Hearing this, Lord Bao was so angry that he almost laughed. You King dare to mention this in front of me? He felt more and more that Sun Lang was behind Qi Lianyan's death. He must find a way to kill him. Bao Shiren said, Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but it is better to clarify the truth of Qi Lianyan's death and clear the general's suspicion. Otherwise, even if you want to investigate the truth, I am afraid it will be difficult to convince the public. Sun Lang pointed at the people present and said, Everyone here saw the cause and effect of this matter clearly. If you don't trust me, you can ask my subordinates. If you don't trust them, you can ask the people around. If you don't trust the people, you can ask the dozens of intelligence personnel from various government agencies and high sections. Under the eyes of everyone, this matter cannot be faked. Right or wrong, the people will know. Bao Shiren thought for a moment. Indeed, he could not be too hasty, so he nodded and said, "Of course." He turned his head and whispered a few orders. Gongsun Su and a few other capable scholars spread out and asked the people, intelligence personnel, and Tianyuan soldiers. Then he looked at Sun Lang and said, "General, please tell us." Before he could finish, Sun Lang turned around and gave him the back of his head. "I'm sorry, Lord Bao. I still have to think about this matter, and have no time to play games with you. Anyway, with your prejudice against me, no matter what I say, you'll be suspicious." Lord Bao did not give up and wanted to ask more questions. Sun Lang skillfully took out his official status and said, "With your rank, you are not qualified to ask me questions. You can ask the Emperor for an imperial edict." After being rebuffed, Lord Bao left in a huff. With the investigation of the people of the capital government, the cause and effect of the matter gradually emerged. Qi Lianyan provoked him on the street. Sun Lang showed up and scolded him. Step by step, he forced the arrogant Qi Lianyan into a desperate situation. His scheme was so vicious that Bao Shiren and Gongsun Su could not help but be speechless. No wonder he was a famous general of Tianyuan. He could be so insidious. Bao Shiren, in particular, broke out in a cold sweat when he heard that Sun Lang had almost dragged Qi Lianyan straight to the Golden Palace to summon the emperors and courtiers for a confrontation. He repeatedly said, "That was a close call. If this brat had really caused such a farce, the imperial family would have lost all face." Wait, it seemed that Sun Lang's suspicions were not high. He clearly had victory in his hands. Why did he have to kill Qi Lianyan? Under such circumstances, bringing Qi Lianyan to the Golden Palace to confront the emperor was the best choice. Because talking about the secret of the Great Wilderness Mountain in front of the officials was the same as forcing the emperor to abdicate. The emperor had no other choice but to compromise. In this way, Sun Lang's fabricated story was approved by the imperial family. It could be said that he had won a great victory. There was no need to kill Qi Lianyan, because after the matter, the emperor would do it for him. Under such circumstances, the only person who had the motive to kill Qi Lianyan was. Thinking of this, Bao Shiren's heart became hazy. He felt a little disgusted. Chapter 893. In Tensei Province. She didn't seem to have slept well last night. Her Highness the Empress Concubine's eyes were slightly bloodshot, and the faint dark circles under her eyes were covered up by the servant girl's exquisite makeup. The General of Heavenly Strategies still looked as magnificent and dignified as ever. Below her was the Chief of Secret Agents who came to report. Her expression was calm as she listened intently. The chief spy described what had happened on the street outside the Copper Sparrow Terrace clearly and in detail. From Qi Lianyan's flirting with Shen Yaohua on the street to the Fire Swordmaster's self-immolation to his death, everything that had happened during that time, including every word spoken between Sun Lang and Qi Lianyan, was described clearly. There was not a single mistake, and even the tone of their voices was very similar. Empress listened attentively without saying anything. When the chief spy finished, she waved her hand and ordered the chief spy to leave. After the chief spy closed the door and cut off the light from outside, the general of Tensei was still in a state of contemplation, like a beautiful statue. After a long silence, she sighed. "I've lost half a point again." Empress seemed to be talking to herself. Sending Qi Lianyan to pick a fight was indeed a brilliant idea. Only a sword sage can fight against a sword sage. If Sun Lang didn't take action, not only would the morale of the army be shaken, but his prestige and face would also be damaged. But if he did take action, my father would definitely have a backup plan. He would send someone to stop the fight at lightning speed and classify it as a fight between swordmasters. It wouldn't matter even if Qi Lianyan was severely punished on the spot. Because what he wanted to do was to drag Sun Lang down from his transcendent position. Speaking of this, the princess laughed. "But my father, you still underestimated that bastard." With his wisdom, he could naturally see through the dilemma. How could he obediently follow your plan? Qi Lianyan has a golden exterior but a rotten interior. How could he be a match for him? I wonder if you feel the lingering fear at this moment? That lunatic almost dragged Qi Lianyan to the Golden Palace to complain. If things really escalated to that point, other than falling out with him on the spot, the only option left was to compromise. He had to admit that nothing had happened in the great desolate mountain, and that Sun Lang was a hero who had been silently tracking down the remnants of the Sky Demon for 2 years. But as he laughed, His Highness Empress's expression slowly turned cold. It was a sneer, a lingering fear, and a bit of fear and shock. After all, Sun Lang did not succeed. Qi Lianyan was suddenly devoured by the sacred sword and burned to death. Sun Lang devised a strategy in a tent. He broke the long-planned scheme with a smile and beat them at their own game. He took advantage of the situation and almost won the battle. He must not have expected such a thing to happen. Empress Tensei pressed her right hand over her heart. There was still a smile on her face, but it was not a smile. Although I also wanted to see Sun Lang's expression at that time, my father, you scared me. I can't believe that you could be so decisive. You chose the lesser of two evils and killed Qi Lianyan so resolutely. You are indeed the emperor. But with so many eyes watching, I'm afraid that there will be a lot of trouble in the future. There will be great waves in the court. Sun Lang will not let this go. Given his temperament, even if he suffers a small loss, he will seek revenge tenfold. Empress's expression became very complicated. She felt very cold. Qi Lianyan's death had also shocked her, causing her to have endless thoughts and suspicions. The royal family had always been suspicious. Once suspicion was born, it was almost impossible to resolve, because the royal family would only suspect and never seek confirmation. Even if they did, they would never believe it. How cruel, my father! He killed him just like that. But even so, he only managed to get back half a chess piece. In this confrontation with Sun Lang, he still won. Empress seemed to be sighing and looking forward to it. I hope that the chess piece will be buried more smoothly. At this moment, in the imperial palace, the emperor was doing the same thing. The leader of the internal guards handed over the secret letter and then left. The letter described everything that happened on the street outside the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, from the beginning to the end. The emperor read the densely packed words from beginning to end and from end to end. There was no one in the hall. His majestic figure was like a statue, not moving at all. All of a sudden, he struck out with his palm, shattering the table in front of him. The sovereign of the empire also had feelings of joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. His current emotions were fear, anger, and humiliation. Useless person, you almost ruined my plans. The so-called emperor was mostly narrow-minded, suspicious, and temperamental. At this moment, he was filled with boundless anger toward Qi Lianyan. How dare he bow and scrape before Sun Lang and almost betray him? His death was too easy. Stupid thing without a ruler or a father. If it weren't for my favor and bestowing you with glory, wealth, and supreme power, you wouldn't have been able to touch the sacred sword of fire even if you trained for 100 years. As the hatred in his heart was vented, the emperor thought of something more important. His expression turned dark. Qi Lianyan died at the right time. If Sun Lang really dragged him to the Golden Palace, there would be endless trouble. But the question now was, how did he die? Didn't you say that Zhurong still needed some time to wake up? Didn't you say that Qi Lianyan still needed some time to recover? Didn't you say that the sacred sword of fire was not mature enough? Then why did this happen? Who else could cause Qi Lianyan to be devoured by the sacred sword and self-combusted to death? His partner, his tool, his double-edged sword. He didn't expect him to have such a backup plan. At this moment, a strange consciousness descended, and a voice rang directly in the emperor's ear. That was close. But Zhurong clearly didn't wake up. Why would the sacred sword devour Qi Lianyan? Is it coming to remedy the situation? The Emperor slowly said, I also want to know. It wasn't me. The ancient consciousness said. Then it must be Sunlang. The Emperor snorted. That bastard is using unconventional methods again. I don't know what he's planning. He did it? He could indeed kill Qi Lianyan, but how could he cause Qi Lianyan to be devoured by the sacred sword without even making a move? Do you think he's like you? Moreover, why would he do this? Wouldn't it be better to drag Qi Lianyan to the Golden Palace and make a scene? He could have won a complete victory. Why would he make trouble for himself? The ancient consciousness said indifferently, in short, we have to be careful. Humph, what reason does Sunlang have to do such a thing? I was hoping that he would take advantage of the situation and make a scene in the Golden Palace, catching you off guard and putting you in a difficult situation. After all, the crazier and angrier you are, the more I like it. I didn't expect that there would be such a thing. He actually placed a restriction on Qi Lianyan's body. He really doesn't trust me. Humans are always like this, despicable and cunning. How ridiculous dark thoughts swirled in the minds of the two partners. They were indeed considering the possibility that Qi Lianyan had died at the hands of Sunlang. They were indeed trying very hard to consider Sunlang's motives and Sunlang's plans. However, those dark thoughts were entangling and growing like poisonous vines. They had always been paranoid creatures. Now, the pressure from Sunlang and their respective perseverance and desire made them cooperate seamlessly. However, as the day of victory approached, all kinds of thoughts came pouring in. Qi Lianyan's bizarre death today was only a small seed that had been planted. No matter what he's planning, let him be smug for a while. Although such an unforeseen event has occurred, the original plan hasn't gone too far wrong. The Emperor said slowly, I hope that the burial of that chess piece goes smoothly. The ancient consciousness said confidently, don't worry. This is much stronger than Qi Lianyan. At this moment, on the street outside the Copper Sparrow Terrace, the initial investigation was nearing completion. Lord Bao's expression was complicated. The evidence was conclusive, and there were many witnesses. According to common sense, Sunlang had no motive to kill Qi Lianyan. After all, this guy who loved to stir up trouble wanted to seize the opportunity to cause trouble. Whether it was forcing Qi Lianyan to reveal the name of the mastermind behind the scenes, dragging him directly to the Golden Palace, or forcing him to reveal the mastermind scheme in the Golden Palace, all of these would be much more beneficial than directly killing Qi Lianyan. However, if this was not Sunlang's doing, it meant that the person who killed Qi Lianyan was most likely. This was the source of Lord Bao's dilemma. Even if it was him, he would feel helpless in such a situation. He even somewhat understood Senior Brother Song. At such a young age, he was in charge of the prison and became an enforcer. Such a young and promising person was rare in both ancient and modern times. Why did he choose to resign and live in seclusion, ignoring the affairs of the world? What should I do? What should I do? Gong Sun Su also saw Dong Wang's hesitation. However, at this moment, even the resourceful Mr. Gongsun could not think of any good suggestions. This was a trial of one's conscience. No one else could help. Sun Lang suddenly waved mysteriously at Bao Shiren. When Lord Bao noticed this, he suddenly became spirited. He hoped that Sun Lang would say something. Perhaps this guy who did not play by the rules would deliberately leak some information. Sometimes, some careless words could solve a lot of doubts. With Sir Bao's usual righteousness, not only would he not be moved by Sun Lang's mysterious beckoning, he would even reprimand Sun Lang for being secretive. There was nothing to hide from others, but now he ran very quickly and wisely kept his mouth shut. He came to Sun Lang with slight anticipation and moved his head slightly closer. Sun Lang had a mysterious look on his face. He covered his mouth with his hand and whispered in Lord Bao's ear. Your cat-eared lady is really good. Bao Shiren was stunned for a moment before he realized what Sun Lang was talking about. He flew into a rage on the spot. He only felt that his vision was turning black. He wanted to tear Sun Lang apart. You, Sun Lang said with a serious face. Lord Bao, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Your King shameless. Their strange behavior attracted a lot of attention. Sun Lang shook his head and sighed. It seems that Lord Bao is not a kindred spirit. It's a pity. However, everyone has their own ambitions. I won't force you. The gazes from all directions were mixed with some disdain. It seemed that they despised Lord Bao for not being willing to fight side by side with Commander of War to solve this unprecedented strange case. Just as Lord Bao became angry again, the cat-eared Lady Zhan Zhao came over. She first glared at Sun Lang and then whispered, Lord Bao, the siblings in the carriage seem a little strange. Bao Shiren was stunned when he heard this. He turned his head to take a look. It was the Seven Treasures Fragrance carriage, Xin Yaohua's carriage. A thought flashed through his mind. He seemed to have grasped something important. Chapter 894. Xin Yaohua. Bao Shiren mulled over this name in his mind. He did not know this widow until he heard her name today. She was the widow of the West conquering general. Bao Haiko secretly glanced at Sun Lang. He remembered that the West conquering general was not on good terms with this guy. Moreover, the sword Saint of Water had also died in the battle of the Great Desolate Mountain. It was very likely. Bao Shiren felt a ripple in his heart. He deliberately said to Zhan Zhao, Guard Zhan, what did you find? Zhan Zhao glanced at Sun Lang warily. Seeing that Lord Bao had no intention of avoiding the question, he said, My lord, I was ordered to question the woman in the carriage. She was sitting with her brother. The siblings' behavior was very strange. The elder sister was expressionless, but the younger brother seemed to want to say something. Guard Zhan was halfway through his sentence when his intuition as a greenwood werbeast sensed an open gaze on him. The cat-eared girl looked at Sun Lang in an unfriendly manner and asked, Why are you looking at me? Sun Lang's skin was already thicker than the city walls. Even if he was looking at a woman bathing, he would look at her openly, let alone just looking at the cat-eared girl's beast ears. He did not blush at all when he heard what she said and asked a rather technical question. I'm more curious. Why don't you add the word meow at the end of every sentence? Perhaps it was because the Empire's culture was simple and the people's spiritual life was extremely lacking. The majority of the people did not have the concept of the so-called cuteness. Their fantasies were limited to fox repaying a debt of gratitude and female ghosts returning to have sex with each other. Moreover, they wanted to become a normal, dignified, and peerless beauty. They did not realize at all how coquettish a woman in white with a pair of furry fox ears would be. This reflected the ignorance and backwardness of the feudal society. Thus, Guard Zhan did not expect that his identity as a greenwood werbeast would have a unique charm in the eyes of this filthy guy. She was very puzzled by Sun Lang's question. She tilted her head and said, Meow? A greenwood technique is good. At this moment, Sun Lang thought of Xiang Xilan, Bismarck, Neuher Feijiu, Yuta Hagawa, and Catherine. In that instant, the few bailiffs who were walking over to report were stunned. They subconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. Lord Bao, who was beside them, staggered and almost lost his balance in fright. Zhan Zhao's unintentional meow revealed a unique and strange feeling of amazement. This kind of lethality was undoubtedly extremely great for a country bumpkin from another world. Sun Lang was also shocked. He looked at the cat-eared girl and thought about the book, which brought back beautiful memories of his time on Earth. He then showed a gentle and friendly smile to the governor, Bao, as if they were a family that was united in the military and politics. He gave off a sense of closeness that said, I'm definitely going to make friends with you. Lord Bao instantly saw through Sun Lang's wild ambition and gave him a firm warning look. It seemed that he would have to remind bodyguard Jean not to get involved with this guy. He said directly, "Guard Jean, lead me to that madam." Sun Lang said indifferently, "Wait." A cold light flashed in Bao Shiren's eyes. Does the general have anything else to say? Sun Lang glanced at the Seven Treasures fragrance carriage and said slowly, "This matter was indeed caused by her. However, it later became a conflict between Qi Lianyan and me. She is a widow and it is not good for her to show her face in public. Moreover, she is involved in the case of the Sword Sage's death. There will be endless trouble. Therefore, it is best if you don't involve her in this matter. It is already difficult for a widow." Bao Shiren's heart skipped a beat, but he said, "Thank you for your concern." Sun Lang turned around and walked to the other side. Bao Haizi looked at the other's back and muttered in his heart. "There is a problem," he thought. Zhang Zhao said in a low voice, "Lord, in my opinion, that woman is very difficult to deal with. However, her brother is much worse. One look and you can tell that he is not a shrewd person. Perhaps you can start with him." Bao Shiren gently waved his hand and came to the front of the Seven Treasures fragrance carriage with Zhang Zhao. He cupped his hands and saluted. "This official is Governor Bao Shiren. Greetings, madam." He saw the figure in the carriage swaying. It seemed that the person in the carriage was about to get out. He said, "There is no need to trouble madam to get out of the carriage. Your husband was a hero of Tianyuan and sacrificed his life for the country. I have always respected him. How can I let his widow show her face in public? I will only ask a few questions and then madam can go home." The person in the carriage was silent for a moment and said faintly, "Thank you for your understanding." Bao Shiren pointed out, "This was ordered by General Shinsei. I am just going with the flow." The Seven Treasures fragrance carriage swayed. Bao Shiren's sharp eyes saw the outline of an indignant young man through the window. He stood up angrily. The young man from the Shen family seemed to want to say something, but his mouth was covered by his sister in the next moment. He only had time to let out a muffled cry. Bao Shiren felt more confident. It seemed that there was indeed a problem. He did not change his expression and said calmly, "Then I will begin. First question, when Qi Lianyan stopped the carriage on the street, did madam get out of the carriage?" Shen Yahua's voice was still soft and gentle. "No." Second question, just as Bao Shiren was asking about Shen Yahua's case, Sun Lang had already returned to the group of henchmen and started the second round of planning. Pangji, who went to inform Bao Shiren, missed him and missed Bao Shiren, who had received the news and rushed over. At this time, Bao Shiren also brought people back. Sun Lang saw him approaching and said directly, "Imperial Tutor Pang, quickly go back and contact them. You Imperial censors have the responsibility of hearing about the memorial. How can you miss such a big piece of news?" Pangji was stunned at first and then said, "How do we play it?" Sun Lang rolled his eyes and said, "Play it however you want. You Imperial censors are all shit stirrers. No matter how you stir it, you must stir up the smell of shit first." Amidst the laughter, Imperial Tutor Pang left in a hurry. He felt that he had been very busy recently. Sun Lang stared and said, "What are you laughing at?" Motherf *Ker, hundreds of people can't even keep Qi Lianyan in check. I have never suffered such a loss before. I must get back at him. The generals loudly cheered, "Yes, Commander of War, no problem, Commander of War." During the years of war, these fellows didn't learn many good things, but they learned many bad habits. Who knew how many dirty words they heard from Sun Lang, which even affected the official language of the imperial court. Therefore, although Sun Lang had left the empire for 2 years, he had been using this method to influence all aspects of the imperial court. Sun Lang said again, "Ma Shuying, you're good at writing. Send someone to call Kai Jing and Yen Song over. Also, find some gunmen and water army to publish a few editorials on this matter. We must continue to put up big words. Also, don't just stand there like idiot. Think about it. Which family has business and connections in places like the underworld and restaurants? Motherf asterisk cur, if they dare to kill people to keep their mouths shut, I will make this matter known to the world. The generals began to brainstorm. It was a mess. A group of famous officers of the Heaven's Origin Army gathered together and discussed in full swing. They talked about some very discordant things, and the atmosphere was very lively. The Sun brothers watched from afar with some envy in their eyes. The camaraderie of comrades and the cooperation of like-minded people was a very good feeling, unlike the two brothers who could only stand awkwardly to the side after taking the statements. They couldn't leave even if they wanted to, and they didn't know what to do. Well, from last night until now there had been one big news after another. They thought that last night's matter was already very explosive, but today, something even more explosive had happened. Sun Shangxiang, on the other hand, was very simple-minded. Her attention was mostly on the Seven Treasures fragrance carriage. Her eyes flickered, and no one knew what she was thinking. She kept mumbling something that the two brothers couldn't understand. All of a sudden, her expression changed. "Ah, you're done." The Sun brothers raised their heads and saw Lord Bao walking over with the guard from the Greenwood Kingdom. The eyes of the capital magistrate met with the two brothers. Sun Bofu and Sun Zhongmo hurriedly bowed, and Bao Shiren also nodded in return. At this moment, Sun Shangxiang took 2 steps back and quietly walked toward the Seven Treasures fragrance carriage, while her two brothers weren't paying attention. After Bao Shiren greeted the Sun brothers, he walked towards Sun Lang. Before he even got close, he heard Sun Lang's unabashed words. The content was simply shocking to the point of lawlessness. "Since they did this, we'll do the same. They wanted to silence us to hide the truth, so we can't let them succeed. Right now, we'll let the world know what happened today. Whether it's right or wrong, we'll let the people decide." Lord Bao's heart trembled when he heard this. He shouted, "No!" Everyone glared at him with unfriendly expressions. After listening to the conversation just now, everyone knew one thing: Blackie Bao wasn't on the same side. Sun Lang turned around and said with a faint smile, "Does Lord Bao have any objections?" Bao Shiren's tone was very aggressive. "What is the great general's intention?" Sun Lang shrugged. "As you can see, I want to write a story, write songs, put up posters, mobilize the imperial censors, and even directly submit a memorial to the throne. I want the court to understand the severity of this matter, and the extent to which the hidden enemies of our empire have run rampant." Lord Bao was shocked and angry. He subconsciously said, "How can this be?" Sun Lang asked back, "Why not?" Bao Shiren replied, "This matter is of great importance, and the truth isn't clear yet. If the great general announces it to the public, aren't you afraid that rumors will spread and the people's hearts will be shaken?" Sun Lang sneered. "Not clear yet? Why does Lord Bao say that? This matter has been open and aboveboard from the beginning to the end. There are plenty of people around who have witnessed the entire process. Right and wrong are clear, so what's there to be unclear about? Also, why can't this be announced to the public? Isn't this empire the empire of the people? Why don't they have the right to know? Could it be that Lord Bao thinks that no matter what happens, only an elite official like you can handle it and there's no need to let the people know? Is this what they mean by, the people can be manipulated, but they can't be made to know? His words were sonorous, and each word was like a knife. Most importantly, he said these words in front of everyone. He was too shameless. It wasn't that Lord Bao was incompetent, but that the enemy was too cunning. When Sun Lang was young, he had fought against the elites of the public for many years. He knew all of their methods by heart. Today, he had armed himself with the thoughts and weapons of the public to deal with a simple feudal official of the other world. This was a crushing victory that transcended generations. Chapter 895. Lord Bao was tongue-tied. There was a phrase called the limitations of an era. Every era had its own cultural background and social ethos. Every era had a different concept. Overall, civilization was constantly improving, and the social ethos was constantly improving. There was a problem here. Generally speaking, if one used the morals of modern civilization to judge the actions of the ancients, then history books and ancient books should not be read. After reading them, one would be angered to death. This was because the morals of the ancients were limited by the era. They felt that their cousin was capable, that there was a hierarchy between people, that the emperor was supreme, that earthquakes and meteors were warnings from the heavens. They had received such an education and grew up in such a cultural background. There were some things that simply could not be investigated. Just like Lord Bao today. He was an honest and capable official. He was honest and did not fear power. He loved the people. These were all true. However, the officials of this era were called parental officials. They were called lord officials. They were not the servants of the people. They did not serve the people. Such officials, no matter how honest, how much they loved the people, no matter how capable they were still limited by the era. In their eyes, the people were ignorant, the people were weak, the people needed to be protected, the people needed to be protected. It was like a parent protecting a son, like a farmer protecting a seedling, like a shepherd raising a cub. It was a form of protection from above. Thus, Lord Bao could not refute Sun Lang's accusations. This was because he vaguely felt that way. The death of the Sword Saint and the changes in the imperial court were caused by the Sky Demon or by Sun Lang's selfish motive. In the end, these were the secrets of the imperial court. How could the commoners know about them? It would only add to the troubles and chaos. Commoners were commoners. They worked every day, earned some money, enjoyed the happiness of family, and lived a peaceful life. That was the best. What was the point of knowing about these things? The imperial court's politics and the imperial court's strategy were not things that commoners could discuss with their shallow knowledge. It would only add to the laughter. Moreover, what was the point of discussing it? Even if they said a lot of things, they would not be able to change anything. These were the thoughts of the imperial court's bureaucrats. If anyone shouted slogans such as "Commoners can also participate in politics," "The public needs the right to know," or "The operation of the imperial court must be open and transparent," they would definitely be treated as idiots by their colleagues and superiors. Lord Bao was no exception. This was the limitation of this era. Even if he loved the people like his own children and was an honest official, it was still the same. As far as he was concerned, the news of Qi Lianyan's death must be kept under wraps. The Sword Sage's violent death was related to the scandal of the Great Desolate Mountain, and Sun Lang, who harbored ill intentions, was implicated in it. A moment of carelessness could lead to a great change that would shake the world and shock the whole court. Even if such a thing were to be dealt with behind closed doors, it would still be shameful. How could the world know about it? But it was one thing to think so in his heart, and another to say it out loud. Lord Bao was not that foolish. That was why he had been bullied by Sun Lang with just a few words. What else could he do? After all, he couldn't just say the truth in front of the commoners. "You're right, the commoners are idiots, and they don't have the right to know about this matter." Bao Shiren was momentarily speechless. Sun Lang, on the other hand, was relentless in his pursuit. This Sun does things in an open and above-board manner. There is nothing that cannot be told to others. So what if I tell them? Lord Bao wants to keep the news under wraps? Very well, there are more than a few hundred commoners who witnessed what happened today. Qi Lianyan purposely used his internal energy to raise his voice so that everyone in the nearby market could hear it. Is Lord Bao trying to intimidate them? How infuriating. Ever since his reunion with Sun Lang yesterday, Bao Shiren had been at a loss for words in front of the other party. Now, he was once again so angry that he couldn't speak. He flung his sleeves angrily. This lowly official didn't say that. This lowly official just feels that it's a little inappropriate for the general to be in such a hurry to spread the news before the matter is settled. Sun Lang said coldly, "Inappropriate? Then please tell me, Lord Bao, what should I do?" He took a step forward, his expression turning gloomy. Qi Lianyan dared to flirt with the widow of the late sword saint. "If it were you, what would you have done? With my temper, I would have killed him directly, but I didn't. I sent the Pongji to deal with him. Who knew that this was a long-planned conspiracy? He took out the sacred fire sword and used it for his own personal use. He tried to humiliate my subordinate. If it were you, what would you have done? I wanted to kill him directly, but I didn't. I patiently reasoned with him, reprimanded him, and used his brother as an example to educate and motivate him. I wanted him to admit his mistake, but I didn't expect this brat to question our sacrifice. His brother was a hero who died in the great desolate mountain, and he dared to question his brother's deeds and sacrifice. Who gave him the courage? He was used and instigated by others. Even so, I didn't do anything. I planned to go through legal procedures. I wanted His Majesty and the officials to judge all of this. I've been restraining myself. Sun Lang raised his hand and pointed at Qi Lianyan's dried corpse on the ground. I've been restraining myself and following the rules. I didn't expect him to die in front of me. Not only did I fail to achieve my goal by following the rules, but I also suffered a great loss. My plan was ruined, and I was even suspected of killing Qi Lianyan. Bao Shiren, have you ever thought about how much criticism I'll receive because of this? His tone was low and cold. Anyone could hear the anger in his voice. Then, what do you think I should do now? What do you think is appropriate? Should I immediately disperse my men and withdraw from the Copper Sparrow Terrace? Should I follow you to the prison as a suspect of killing Qi Lianyan and wait for your interrogation? Sun Lang said coldly. Then hand over Qi Lianyan's case to some big shot with a deep background. Make sure everyone is happy and the truth is buried forever? This son of a bitch's acting skills were amazing. Most importantly, this was AF** King TV series. From the moment he angrily rebuked Qi Lianyan on the street, the plot had been full of twists and turns, unfolding one after another. The accumulation of emotions and the foreshadowing of the plot had been done quite well. Now, his performance was reasonable and well-grounded. He vividly portrayed the unwillingness, anger, and outburst of a general who had followed the rules but had failed. It completely resonated with the audience. Even Lord Bao was speechless and skeptical. Now, Sun Lang's lips curled into a Sinran smile. He looked at Bao Shiren with ridicule and malice in his eyes. He hooked his finger at Lord Bao. "Come here. I want to have a private word with you." Bao Shiren still remembered the vulgar words, "The cat-eared girl is awesome." He had already suffered once. He would not be defeated by the same trick a second time. Therefore, he looked at Sun Lang with vigilance. Sun Lang was still smiling. "If you don't come here, I'll just say it here. My brothers don't care, but if the cat-eared girl beside you hears it, you might have to consider silencing her." Zhang Zhao was dissatisfied. "What cat-eared girl? That's so unpleasant. My name is Zhang Zhao." Sun Lang nodded. "Hello, Xiao Zhao." The cat-eared girl was surprised and showed a cute expression of, "This name sounds good." It only lasted for a moment. Then, she said seriously, "General, please be more dignified." Meanwhile, the Tianyuan generals behind General Bao Shiren anxiously said things like, "He's flirting again. 10 taels of silver bet that he still doesn't have the guts to be lecherous, and F***CKU. What's there to bet?" Then, these thieves immediately fell silent under Sun Lang's gloomy gaze. Bao Shiren hesitated. "What do you want to say?" Sun Lang smiled. "Come here. I'll only say it to you. Don't let others hear it." Bao Shiren hesitated for a moment, then slowly inched over. Sun Lang watched as Bao Shiren came closer and closer. He could clearly see the outline of Bao Shiren's ear. This thought suddenly popped into his mind. If Bao Haizi was listening attentively, and Lin Sanjia bit his ear, wouldn't that guy's heart explode and he would die? Then, Sun Lang hurriedly drove this terrifying thought out of his mind. It was truly too frightening. There were many considerations in secretly killing Qi Lianyan instead of dragging him to the Golden Palace to make a scene. The most direct one was to make a choice. Last night, he had challenged the Copper Sparrow Terrace, visited the Gate of Heaven Influence, and then caused a ruckus in Tensei Province. After returning, he had begun to coerce and bribe. He had gained the upper hand the entire night, suppressing the Emperor and Empress. Today, the Emperor had fought back with great difficulty, only to be slapped back. If he had directly dragged Qi Lianyan to the Golden Palace, he might have even stuffed the chessboard into the Emperor's mouth. 2 consecutive days of great victories was equivalent to forcing the Emperor into a corner of the arena. The tempo was too fast and the progress was too great. By forcing the Emperor into such a tight corner, he had already used up too much of his power. If the Emperor lost his mind in a fit of anger and did something unpredictable, then things would be no fun. After all, he was no longer alone. He no longer had the strategic advantage of being able to do whatever he wanted. Thus, winning was no longer his only pursuit. He still had to consider the big picture, and he wanted stability. By secretly killing Qi Lianyan, he could take the blame and plant a nail in the hearts of many people. Moreover, he could still maintain the strategic initiative. Using this matter to spread out, not only would it make the Emperor anxious and uncertain, but it would also make it easier for him to predict and grasp his next move. After all, in a battle, one could not pursue and attack relentlessly. One had to advance and retreat at the same time. Advancing 3 steps and retreating 2 steps was called nibbling away. Just like now, just like what he had arranged. Looking at the confused Master Bao hesitantly approaching, the cute silkworm baby named Sun Lang bared his sharp fangs. He had not finished his set of combos yet. His expression was indifferent, without a smile, as he spoke into Master Bao's ear. The backlash of the Holy Sword and the betrayal of the Imperial Army. This is not the first time I've seen this, he said calmly. Bai Yue's situation was the same. Chapter 896. Bai Yue's situation was the same. There was a sudden clap of thunder. When Bao Shiren heard this, it was even more deafening than "Your cat-eared girl is amazing." His body swayed and he instinctively took a step back. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Bao Shiren was an important official of the imperial capital, a man who was proud of his status as a noble. His face was filled with complex emotions: shock, suspicion, fear, disbelief, and anger. His body trembled slightly. The crescent-shaped tying gate between his brows stirred. However, Lord Bao's questioning this time was unprecedentedly weak. He gritted his teeth and said, A bunch of nonsense." Sun Lang said calmly, "You know that I won't joke about his death." Bao Shiren clenched his fists tightly and glared fiercely at Sun Lang. Shunsei General was much calmer than him. Many people saw what happened at Bai Castle that day. You can verify it yourself, as long as your determination to find the truth and your disregard for your own safety hasn't been covered in dust. Lord Bao still didn't say a word. Sun Lang also fell silent. The two of them stared at each other speechlessly. After a while, Shunsei General said slowly, "I can tell you now that this debt doesn't belong to me alone. I came here mainly to do this. I want to tell that person that good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be punished with evil. These are not words that the weak use to comfort themselves. Someone will come to fulfill their wish. I want to tell that person that in this world, in the end, reason is the most important thing." Then, he laughed. He extended his hand and patted Bao Shiren's shoulder. Then, Sun Lang said, Do you still want to continue investigating this case? This time, Lord Bao's eyes were no longer as resolute and unshakable as before. He finally started to feel a little doubt towards the Emperor that he had pledged his loyalty to. Perhaps this kind of doubt had appeared a long time ago, but he just didn't want to admit it. Not all treacherous officials wanted to be treacherous officials from the start. Every young person who stepped into the officialdom would be full of hot blood and couldn't wait to show their ambition. They longed for a wise monarch, hoped for an upright superior, hoped that the world's officials would be as clear as water, and everyone was fighting for a better world. However, the cruel reality would shatter their illusions. The people's hearts were dark, and there was no balance in power. The officialdom was very different from what they imagined. Some people couldn't accept it and resigned. Some people had a change of heart and they would wallow in the mire. But there were some people who refused to compromise, such as Bao Shiren. Of people's minds' hearts' stubbornness. He just didn't want to think about it and didn't want to admit it. But now, he had nowhere to run. Because of his hesitation, this was enough to explain the problem. Whether or not Sun Lang was telling the truth was not important. What was important was that he had fear and hesitation. This explained a fatal problem in Bao Shiren's heart. He had long had objections to his emperor's conduct. Just like the battle of Great Desolate Mountain, although it was hidden in layers of fog, right and wrong were in the hearts of people. He suddenly felt very tired and understood more and more how Song Hui's father felt when he resigned. No matter what. His voice suddenly became hoarse, so much so that even Zhang Zhao jumped in fright. The capital magistrate slowly said, "This is a murder case. It is within the jurisdiction of the capital magistrate's office. Before His Majesty has another decree, I still have to carry out my duties." He seemed to be somewhat dispirited. The Shern siblings, this official has finished questioning them. Even his voice was faint, as if he was just going through the motions. If the general has no objections, then this official will let them go home. Sun Lang glanced at the Seven Treasures fragrance carriage, his eyes no longer showing any emotion. He nodded slowly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter that had nothing to do with him. Yes, this matter has nothing to do with her. Qi Lianyan flirted with this woman on the street just to lure me over. Bao Shiren only cupped his hands in greeting. He didn't even seem to want to say anything. His attitude changed too quickly. In an instant, the capable capital magistrate had become a middle-aged bureaucrat. Zhang Zhao looked at Sun Lang in shock. He suddenly took a step forward and said in a low voice, What did you say to His Excellency? What happened to him?" A soldier angrily rebuked the cat girl for speaking rudely. Sun Lang waved his hand. For the sake of the cat girl, he smiled amiably. "I just whispered something to him. Do you want to hear it?" Before he finished speaking, Lord Bao, who was just about to leave, turned around and said, "Bodyguard Zhang." Zhang Zhao immediately replied. In the end, she did not forget to glare at Sun Lang. Something similar to hostility was revealed in her beautiful eyes that were different from ordinary people. It could be seen that due to Bao Shiren's attitude, this little cat from the Cyanwood Kingdom did not have a good impression of Sun Lang. Then, she trotted to catch up with Bao Shiren. Her tail peeked out from her skirt armor and swayed gently. It was really a unique and exotic scene. He smiled slightly. Then, a slightly frightened voice sounded behind him. "Commander of war, I heard that these barbarians of the Greenwood Kingdom are half-human, half-beast monsters. They're just a little bit better than demons. You old man, please be more dignified." Sun Lang didn't even look back. He kicked the guy who had a bad mouth and sent him flying. He looked at Bao Shiren's back. The other party's spirit had already undergone a significant change. Sun Lang sighed slightly in his heart. Then, he hardened his heart. Just as he said to Android, people had distant relatives and close relatives. Now that he had entered the capital to fight, he was shouldering too many lives. For him, this was both a strength and a burden. The biggest impact was that when he acted, he had to consider more. So, he had to make a choice. It was just a simple choice. When Pengji's life and Bao Shiren's life were placed together, if he could only choose one, he would naturally choose the former without hesitation. It was said that a gentleman could be deceived. From beginning to end, Bao Shiren's reactions were all under his control. Withdrawing now isn't a bad thing. Bao Heizi, with your status and position, there is no way you can remain neutral. With your personality, if you get involved in this matter again, there will only be two results. Either you die at my hands or you die at the Emperor's hands. There is no third path. Slightly earlier in time, Sun Shangxiang had sneaked over to the Seven Treasures fragrance carriage. There was a bailiff watching around the carriage. When he saw Miss Sun coming over, he immediately moved to stop her. However, Sun Shangxiang's personality had been cheerful and forthright since she was young. She was not afraid of strangers, and she was very beautiful. At first glance, people would naturally have a good impression of her. She blinked and said with a smile, "Brother Bailarin, I have met Sister Chen before. I just wanted to come and say hello. Is that okay?" The bailiff was called Brother Bailarin by this beautiful girl. His bones immediately lightened. He couldn't help but reveal a silly smile on his face. He even stuttered, yes, in any case, the official didn't specifically say anything. This girl didn't seem to be a bad person. Sun Shangxiang received permission. After she got closer, her heart was slightly startled. What should she say? She had only run over on a whim. Even she didn't know why she had come. Perhaps she was just curious about what unspeakable story this beautiful sister had with her omnipotent uncle. With her sharp young girl's heart, she sensed some clues. But after she got closer, she faintly heard an indignant voice. "Sister, why did you stop me? That person is such a hypocrite." He was so worried. Why didn't he come over himself? He looked like he wanted to clear his name and caused a lot of trouble for sister. After a moment, Shun Yaohua's gentle voice sounded, "Little brother, don't talk nonsense. All of this is fate. Even if today's incident didn't happen, young Master Qi wouldn't have let it go. Speaking of which, I still have to thank General Shinsei for helping us out of today's situation." Also, the two young masters' son stood up for justice and spoke frankly. That young man from the Shin family was still very unhappy. They're just that person's lackeys. Hearing this, Sun Shangxiang couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. This person was so annoying. He didn't know what was good for him. She was just about to scold him when she heard Shin Yaohua's tone become more serious. "Little brother, you're already a man. Think before you speak. No matter what, we owe him a favor today. How can you say such things behind his back? Don't forget to thank him later." "I'm not going." Unexpectedly, young Master Shin stubbornly said, "Owe him a favor? Could it be that elder sister hasn't suffered enough? Isn't all of this thanks to that person? He didn't help you at all. He just added a lot of trouble to you, sister. That Qi Lianyan is dead. No matter how he died, in the end, it is still related to you, elder sister. The Qi family won't let it go. When father hears about this, he'll also scold you." At this point, the young man's voice became even more agitated. The old man is muddle-headed. Even in his dreams, he wants to marry you off again in exchange for benefit. Hasn't he done enough disgraceful things? Let's not talk about other things. That Qi guy jumped up and down in front of you. God knows if the old man instigated him or not. If he knows about today's incident, he'll definitely be scared to death. Who knows what kind of nasty words he'll say? His words were rather strange. It should be a family matter. Sun Shangxiang didn't know the specific situation of the Shin family, so she was confused. However, she could still extract the main point of the problem. As a widow, Shen Yaohua actually lived in her own house and suffered from her father's bullying and disdain. What was going on? Even if she was a widow, shouldn't she live in her husband's house? She couldn't hold back her curiosity. Just as she was about to ask, she saw the situation on the other side from the corner of her eye. The capital magistrate, Lord Bao, with a crescent moon mark on his forehead, was walking over with his greenwood bodyguard. His expression seemed very gloomy. Sun Shangxiang felt guilty and quickly moved away quietly. However, she had already memorized the conversation between the two of them. Chapter 897. When Sun Shangxiang mysteriously told her uncle about her discovery, he only responded with an indifferent "oh." His attitude was very cold, as if he had just heard a very ordinary thing. The little girl wanted to say something else, but she was dragged away by the Sun brothers. The little girl might not know, but the two adult brothers should know. Sun Bofa's mood was getting more and more complicated. Not only were they involved in the chaos at the Copper Sparrow Terrace, they were also somehow involved in the death of the Fire Sword Saint. Now was the time to tuck their tails between their legs and behave. Just like Zhu Juni challenging the Copper Sparrow Terrace, Qi Lianyan's death was bound to shake the capital, and the impact would be even greater and far-reaching. Because the cause, process, and result of this matter were all meaningful and thought-provoking. Sun Lang was writing a memorial. After all, the death of the Sword Saint was no small matter. As the first witness, the Shensei general had to submit a memorial to the imperial court and take the initiative to explain his involvement in this matter. As a loyal subject of the empire and a law-abiding citizen, this was completely within his duties. However, he was only speaking verbally. Someone else was in charge of writing the memorial. Yen Song, who had rushed over from the Ministry of Rites, was holding a brush and listening attentively. He was in charge of conveying the general's will and polishing it a little. It was well known that the commander of war's literary skills were very strange. Usually, he was full of vulgar words, but occasionally, he could say thought-provoking words. Sun Lang looked at the sky with his hands behind his back, his face full of concern for the empire and its people. He seemed to be in deep thought, as if he was organizing his words. Then, he said, for the last paragraph, just write it according to what I said. Yen Song showed an expression of, "You're going to stir up trouble again," but he still sighed and nodded. As expected, the general cleared his throat and began to read. After investigation, the Fire Sword Saint Qi Lianyan seriously violated the laws of the empire and the rules of the imperial army. He pretended to obey, but secretly disobeyed, disregarded the imperial court, disregarded the rules, acted recklessly, talked about the battle of the Great Desolate Mountain, was ambitious, used public weapons for private use, and used unscrupulous means to achieve his goals. His conduct was vile, and he publicly accused the important ministers and generals of the imperial court. The corner of Yen Song's mouth twitched, but he still wrote swiftly. Seriously violated the rules of the Sacred Implement Supervisor and the Sword Palace. He took advantage of his privileges, behaved rudely, bossily, and disrespected the heroes of Tianyuan Empire. He did not tell the truth when General Shensei questioned him. He violated the rules of loyalty and secretly joined the Sky Demon's reactionary forces. His personal integrity is extremely poor. He used the imperial army to oppress the meritorious officials of Tianyuan Empire. He flirted with the widow of a hero on the street. He was greedy and lecherous. No one in Tianyuan Empire has ever been so shameless. Sir Yen began to roll his eyes. These words were truly vicious to the bone. It was as if he wanted to stomp on Qi Lianyan's corpse 10,000 times. Although they were not vulgar words, they were full of murderous intent. They vividly expressed the anger in General Shen's heart. After he finished writing, he said, "I don't think it's a good idea. According to the rules of the empire, When a person dies, everything goes out. You want him to be unable to rise again after his death, and even the Qi family will be implicated. After all, Qi Lianyan was a hero of Tianyuan Empire, a meritorious sword saint who died in the Great Desolate Mountain. If you don't leave him any leeway, it will easily cause some people to be dissatisfied. Sun Lang cast a sidelong glance at him. Qi Lianyan was beaten to a pulp by me. The Qi family finally had another sword saint. Today, he died in front of me. If you were an old man of the Qi family, what would you think of me? The enmity between us has long been formed. In this case, even if I let the Qi family go, what can I change? Moreover, why should I leave the Qi family leeway? Sun Lang narrowed his eyes and said slowly, Qi Lianyan was also involved in the Battle of the Great Desolate Mountain. Now that I've returned to the imperial capital, his younger brother is the first to jump out and make trouble for me. How can there be such a good deal if one wants to take responsibility for one's own actions? The matter of the Rongua family is still before my eyes. Since the emperor has broken the rules, don't blame me for following suit. Since the Qi family has come knocking on my door, I'll use them to show everyone in the imperial court that I'm willing to kill them all. Yen Song frowned. What else do you want to do? Sun Lang said indifferently, today's matter was witnessed by everyone. With us adding fuel to the fire, the truth will soon spread. The Fire Sword Saint was manipulated by a terrifying force to spread rumors about the Great Desolate Mountain. He was hostile to the meritorious Commander-in-Chief Shinsei. When his conspiracy was exposed and he was about to reveal his accomplices, he was killed in a despicable way to silence him. This only proves that this matter is related to a large and secretive organization. Qi Lianyan is already dead. If we want to investigate the truth, his family will become the biggest breakthrough point. He looked at Yen Song and said calmly, Tell me, if everyone in the Qi family is killed and their house is destroyed in a raging fire, who do you think will be the scapegoat? Sir Yen stood up in shock. His camp leaned toward order, which was completely different from Fatty Ann's chaotic and evil. He said in shock, don't worry. Sun Lang said indifferently, if it were about a year ago, I would have most likely done everything I could, but not now. Because of certain people, I'll spend more effort on things that aren't that important so that my hands won't be stained with blood. Yen Song's mind was slightly shaken, and a warm current surged into his heart. He chuckled and said, Is it so that you can hug the person you care about with clean hands? Idiot virgin, of course not. Sun Lang said coldly, It's so that I can happily and perfectly feel the touch of their breasts with clean hands. Yen Song was stunned at first, but then he became furious. What fucking right do you have to say that about me? Sun Lang revealed a disdainful expression, which made Yen Song feel bewildered. Then, he returned to the topic without leaving a trace. But there's a more important point here, he raised a finger. Although I won't do it, I can make the Emperor think that I intend to do so. I have to mislead them and make them think that I'm a guy who will do anything. Yen Song soon understood. So, the Qi family is still in the middle of a whirlpool. Nonsense. Sun Lang sneered. Qi Lianyan is the Emperor's loyal henchman. Even a piece of trash like Qi Lianyan can wield the sacred sword of fire. Is there any need to doubt the Qi family's political stance? He walked to Yen Song's table and picked up the written memorial to read through it. He was especially satisfied with the calm and straightforward reprimand at the end. The general took a brush and wrote a line at the end of the memorial. I am Sun Lang. See you tomorrow morning. As a transmigrator who was born under the red flag and lived on the keyboard, his lousy handwriting was really shameful. Even writing with a pen was like this, let alone writing with a brush. However, all things lead to the same destination. As the strongest martial artist in the world, he looked at all things with a transcendent heart of martial arts. Naturally, he had a new understanding and understanding. It was just like writing with a pen. The frame of the pen was the martial bone, and the strokes were the move. With the pen as a sword and the sword's rhythm flowing, how could the words written be bad? Such a signature contained a strong martial style, and there was no possibility of counterfeiting. Send someone to deliver the memorial to the Martial Arts Hall. Let His Majesty and the pavilion elders have a look. Sun Lang placed the memorial on the table and stretched. Fatty and should be almost done, right? The investigation on the streets was almost done. Shen Yaohua and her brother were sent home by Bao Shiren's men. The Yamen runners had also started to drive away the crowd. Qi Lianyan's corpse was sent to the Copper Sparrow Pavilion for temporary safekeeping. Sun Lang came to the window and shouted at Bao Haizi, who was outside. Lord Bao, remember to send someone to guard the Qi residence. Don't let the Qi family's insiders be silenced by someone. His voice was very loud, and he added shamelessly, You know who I'm talking about, meow. Then, Bao Shiren's slightly better expression turned extremely gloomy again. To be able to meet Sun Lang in this life, he must have destroyed the world in his previous life. Everyone in the Qi clan was in a state of panic. Fatty and led the bear army and broke through the door. Amidst the chaos, they rushed to Qi Lianyan's residence. Amidst the screams of the maids and servants, they began to rummage through everything. The Qi clan head hurried over with his family's guards and shouted to stop them. However, Fatty N was notorious. As the saying went, a general is a ferocious man. His soldiers were naturally ferocious. The bear army had witnessed the entire process of Qi Lianyan being killed by the general's words. They were extremely excited. Even the Fire Radiance Sword Saint, who went against the imperial court and sided with the rebels, is dead. How dare the Qi clan act so arrogantly? With that in mind, they did not feel guilty at all for behaving atrociously in front of the Sword Saint's family. The extravagant general of divine strategies gave them the confidence to show off, and they all unsheathed their weapons without hesitation. If these Qi family bandits who were like mantises trying to stop a chariot wanted to resist the iron hooves of the flying bear army, they would just kill them as rebels who put up a desperate struggle. Fortunately, the Qi clan head was still rational. He first stopped his guards from acting hostile and then asked loudly, Are you Generalin? What are you trying to do? The android Sinran smiled. Old man Qi, you're not very well informed. Seeing that the Qi clan head was still confused, Fatty N put on a fake smile and cupped his hands. I haven't congratulated you yet. Your son, Qi Lianyan, has become a great talent. He has taken over his elder brother's mantle and become the new Fire Radiance Sword Saint. 2 Sword Saints in a family, brothers always follow each other. What a beautiful story. Congratulations. He suddenly asked, This matter is very secretive, isn't it? I wonder if Elder Qi knows about it? The Qi clan head's expression froze for a moment. A hint of panic flashed across his eyes. Then, he forced himself to be pleasantly surprised. What? There's such a thing? Ah, this guy's acting skills are worlds apart compared to Commander of War. No wonder he brought up such a useless son who was scolded to death. Fatty N was very dissatisfied with the Qi clan head's acting skills. He felt that he needed to train the other party. Therefore, he said directly, And then your son died. What? This time, Elder Qi's acting skills improved like a rocket. Chapter 898. True Acting Skills, True Acting Skills. The expression of the head of the Qi family changed drastically. His control of his emotions was very realistic and vivid, as if he had evolved from a little fresh meat who only knew how to act cool and handsome to a veteran actor who was full of acting. The shock of being caught off guard, the confusion of disbelief, and the confusion of facing the wind, these were the most direct reactions a person would have after hearing such shocking news. Then, he opened his mouth wide and clutched his clothes tightly, hissing, What did you say? This was probably the look of madness after one's hope was shattered. His youngest son had clearly become a sword saint and was about to usher in the glory of having two sword saints. The combination of these two joys would have made the Qi family the #1 sword saint family, surpassing the Bai family, but how could his son have died? Fatty An's heart was as hard as iron, and he would not show any mercy to his enemies. He did not care about the pain of losing a son at all. He sneered, "I said your son is dead." The head of the Qi family's eyes were red, and he looked like he was going to devour someone. Who? Who killed him? Android's lips curled into a serene sneer. Who? Do you really want to know? Tell me. All right. Fatty An smiled coldly. In front of everyone, your son's vital energy reversed and the Imperial army counterattacked. He was burned to ashes by the power of the sacred sword of fire. Old mister, you're knowledgeable and open-minded. Tell me, who killed your son in such a way? The head of the Qi family's expression changed rapidly again. His acting skills had reached a new peak. What, you don't dare to speak anymore? Android calmly and ruthlessly pressed. Why don't you say the name of the murderer? Who would be able to cause the saint's sword to bite back at its master? As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than a father. As his father, you must know your son's character and aptitude better than anyone else. You must know the reason why he was able to command the Imperial army. He lowered his voice and said slowly, therefore, when your son messed up his mission and was about to be interrogated about the name of the person who instigated him, his true Qi suddenly reversed and his sword aura backfired. Don't you know who killed him to silence him? Mr. Qi, can I trouble you to tell me his name? Fear overshadowed anger, and cowardice overshadowed hatred. Under the puzzled gaze of the guest, the usually calm and composed patriarch revealed a terrified expression and subconsciously retreated. What an old dog, what a family of dogs. Fatty An smiled sinisterly. But at least we already know the answer. Patriarch Qi asked in a trembling voice, what do you know? The Sinran android said, don't put on an act. Your son was instigated by someone to go to the Copper Sparrow Terrace to provoke the Shunsei general who had just returned to the capital yesterday. He was reprimanded by the general for spreading rumors, slandering heroes, and taking liberties with the sword sage's widow on the street. He deserved to die. The general did not even point a finger at him. He only questioned the name of the person behind the scenes, and then your son was set on fire by his own holy sword. His tone turned colder. But just because he's dead, it doesn't mean that his sins are offset. Patriarch Qi has successfully attracted the general's attention. He will come to you personally. Fatty An stepped forward. His small eyes, which were narrowed due to his obesity, were filled with murderous intent. He reached out and pressed his hand on Patriarch Qi's shoulder. He leaned his head closer and looked directly into Patriarch Qi's eyes. He said in a low voice, Heaven's might is unpredictable, and the world is unpredictable. Old sir, you must cherish your life. Patriarch Qi's expression changed again. The theme this time was fear, the fear of unpredictable heaven's might. He said in a trembling voice, I android patted Patriarch Qi's shoulder. The Senran's expression became gentle. How does it feel to be roasted on a fire? You can choose to be burned alive, just like your poor son. You can also choose to commit suicide, but it doesn't matter. We're already prepared. Your son thought he was smart and attracted a lot of spectators when he started the fight. Instead, his ugly face was exposed to the world. If you die at this time, we'll let everyone know that the patriarch of the Qi family was afraid of his entire family being burned to death by the flames, so he decisively chose to commit suicide. How terrifying! Cold sweat slid down Patriarch Qi's face. You have a third option, Android said in a low voice. If you feel hot or in pain, reach out your hand and ask for help. Ask the general for help and he'll save you. It's not without a price. Because the Qi family has done something wrong, you have to atone for it. For example, you have to explain the karma of your son's self-immolation when he played with fire. Patriarch Qi's lips trembled, but he could not say anything. Don't worry. There's still a lot of time, and there are many ways. The general isn't in a hurry at all. It doesn't matter if you live or die, or if your entire family is burned to the ground. He has a way to deal with it. Android reached into his pocket and took out an item. This is your son's jade pendant, right? It reminds you of him when you see it. Keep it. After all, your son was burned to an unrecognizable state. Patriarch Qi took the jade pendant in a daze. His eyes were a little moist. He vaguely felt something cold from the jade pendant surging into his body. Perhaps it was just an illusion. His son was dead. Another one was dead. Should he be sad? Should he be angry? Should he be resentful? Yes. But who should he hate? He gripped the jade pendant tightly, and a beast-like madness gathered in his eyes. The Flying Bear Army turned Qi Lianyan's room upside down and collected a large number of letters and books. Android nodded in satisfaction. Sorry to disturb you, Old Master Qi, we'll take our leave now. The anger and resentment in Patriarch Qi's eyes disappeared without a trace. Fear rose in his heart again. He raised his head abruptly and said in a panic, You guys, what? Android sneered. Are you expecting us to stay and protect you? Old Master Qi's expression was filled with anger and fear, but he did not say anything else. He stared blankly at Android and the others leaving. Then, he sat down on the ground. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Why did the Flying Bear Army leave? In a small building not far from the Qi residence, a few ordinary-looking men were watching the main entrance. They were very surprised when they saw that the Flying Bear Army, who came aggressively earlier, had all left. Boss, should we make a move? We were just saying that the Flying Bear Army was involved in this matter, and that it might be troublesome. Now that Android has left, one of the men asked, then we can take advantage of this opportunity to... No. The leader shook his head. This doesn't make sense. Since the Flying Bear Army is here, why did they leave? They didn't take Crimson Sun Pine away either. Why did they leave just like that? He pondered for a moment and shook his head firmly. No, it's a trap. Let's stop the operation for now. We'll go back and report to the commander. We'll let His Majesty decide on this matter. As he spoke, another person shouted, Boss, look over there. The leader turned his head and narrowed his eyes to take a closer look. Why is it a Qing Mu cat girl and a Yamen runner? I know, she must be Zhan Zhao, the one who was conferred the title of Imperial Cat. In other words, this strengthened his determination to stop the operation. We have to let His Majesty know that Bao Shiren is involved too. So, you still want to take the opportunity to instigate the Qi family? In the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, Yen Song asked, if that's the case, why did you still want to kill them in the memorial? Sun Lang rolled his eyes and said, First of all, I clearly wanted to drag Qi Lianyan to the Golden Hall for a lawsuit and cause trouble, but he suddenly played with fire and self-immolated. I lost a trump card, so I'm very angry. This is to show everyone my anger and attitude. Second of all, even if I want to instigate a rebellion, I have to put the Qi family in their place first and let them know that their status and value are not very high. He smiled. It doesn't matter whether the instigation is successful or not. What's important is to let His Majesty see this, see my plan, and see my intentions. That's enough. Yen Song asked suspiciously, will this work? Yes, of course it will. It's too useful. This is the only benefit of going against His Majesty. Sun Lang revealed his shiny teeth. No matter what kind of scheme you use to sow discord, it can be used openly. Lord Yen perked up. What do you mean? Sun Lang had always been very interested in imparting knowledge against His Majesty and feudalism. he began to impart his advanced experience against His Majesty's feudal rule. Because His Majesty is suspicious, he won't trust anyone. More importantly, because everyone knows that His Majesty is suspicious, he won't trust anyone. The history books are full of examples of His Majesty putting the bow away after the birds have been killed. Our sacred Son of Heaven has also established a majestic image of a decisive killer during the Battle of Mount Dahuang. Sun Lang smiled and said, "His Majesty will kill, His Majesty will silence, His Majesty will be ruthless, His Majesty will be mean and ignorant." These thoughts are actually engraved in everyone's heart. When something happens, they will unconsciously think of this. "I will slowly make everyone think of this." Sun Lang said, "Qi Lianyan's death must have been caused by His Majesty. If something happens to the Qi family, it must be His Majesty's doing as well. With such a bloody example, everyone will definitely feel uncomfortable when they think of it. When everyone remembers His Majesty's disgraceful character and dark history, then we will be able to reveal even more." Sun Lang leisurely spread out his hands, snapped his fingers, and kicked his feet. "Step by step, we will slowly turn him into a true loner. We will sow discord among the loyal subjects, get rid of the loyal subjects, and rope in the disloyal subjects. There is still a lot of time and plenty of opportunities. I am not in a hurry at all." Yen Song looked at him and suddenly laughed. "It seems that everything becomes simple when it comes to you, and we actually believe you." Sun Lang turned his head and smiled. "I am just used to being more prepared." The sound of horse hooves could be heard outside. It was an unfamiliar guest. Vaguely, there was a neutral voice calling out, feminine but with a hint of sharpness. Only the Grand Secretary would speak like this. "Look, the anxious person is here." Chapter 899. The Emperor was naturally anxious. Qi Lianyan's death had left him bewildered. He couldn't tell if Sun Lang was behind this or if his partner had become disloyal, but this was no longer the main point. After all, Qi Lianyan was dead. What he needed to do now was deal with the shock and turmoil brought about by the Fire Sword Saint's bizarre death. After all, the 7 luminaries' Sword Saint had died in the capital in front of so many people. No matter what, the death of a Sword Saint was no small matter. After all, this was the capital of the strongest country in the world, revered by all its people. Foreign envoys had gathered here, and countless eyes were watching. Most importantly, Sun Lang definitely had a backup plan. The capital was at the feet of the Son of Heaven, and his spies and claws covered the entire capital. According to his spies' reports, after Qi Lianyan's death, Sun Lang had swiftly and decisively made a backup plan. This was very normal. Given this brat's insidious and cunning personality, he naturally wouldn't be willing to lose. It should be known that Qi Lianyan's death was only a temporary solution to the urgent situation, so that this brat would not drag that trash to the Golden Palace and cause a ruckus. However, the death of the Fire Sword Saint in public would still bring about countless hidden dangers, especially since Sun Lang had already begun to take advantage of the situation to stir up trouble. Thus, the imperial edict had arrived. Inadvertently, the Shunsei Lord General had set yet another record. This esteemed figure was probably the first official in several hundred years to receive an imperial edict in an imperial brothel, and one of the highest ranks at that. The content of the imperial edict was to invite the Shunsei Lord General to attend the court session tomorrow. Sun Lang stood at the gate while his lackeys hid in the Luanfeng pavilion, pretending to look around. After all, no one was born a wretched wretch. The imperial edict wasn't meant for them to hear, so why did they run out? Was it fun to kneel? Idiot. As a result, the general faced the imperial eunuch and the royal guards alone. He had clearly maintained the greatest restraint and did not do anything that would shock the world by making the eunuch kneel to deliver the imperial edict. Of course, one could not expect him to kneel. He did not even set up an incense burner on the table. The eunuch who delivered the imperial edict was naturally a high-ranking eunuch. He maintained a respectful attitude and appropriate distance. He was neither close nor impolite. He turned a blind eye to the Shinsei general's arrogance and neglect. After he finished reading the imperial edict, he said respectfully, "General, please accept the edict." Although he said this, his heart was on edge. The important people in the palace would always have some well-informed channels of information. As a close attendant of the emperor, he really did not want to have anything to do with the person in front of him. He only hoped that everything could be completed in a calm and peaceful manner and that there would be no complications. Unfortunately, he still did not understand Sun Lang. This fellow had long given up on treatment. He was simply like a child with the best martial arts skills in the world. "Please tell His Majesty that I will definitely go, Ku." Although that was what he said. But the Shinsei general took the imperial edict solemnly. His expression was very calm, as if he was holding Mr. Chen Dushio's trophy. He pretended to be profound and slowly raised the imperial edict in his hand above his head with one hand. The eunuch who delivered the imperial edict and the royal guards were confused. What was he doing? This was just an imperial edict to invite him to the court tomorrow, not an imperial edict to give him military power and order him to go to war. Who was he raising it for? Then, under their gazes, the general of divine strategies suddenly showed a rather emotive expression. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Rise, matter." 30 million alpacas rushed like a long river to the hearts of the imperial edict delivery team. The eunuchs and the royal guards were frightened by this loud shout and almost flew up. They felt terrible. Ah, so cool. Then the Shinsei general showed a gentle smile. "Don't be afraid. I was just joking." Damn, were all the court officials so good at joking? What a joke. At this moment, many people cursed in their hearts. However, the general didn't care. He patted the eunuch who delivered the imperial edict on the shoulder and smiled. "This eunuch is very unfamiliar. You know, I just returned to the imperial capital and don't know a lot of rules. I heard that eunuchs in the palace have to pay when they deliver the imperial edict." There was indeed such a rule. Delivering the imperial edict was probably a good job for the eunuchs in the imperial capital. It was a time for them to intimidate others. No matter how high the status and ability of the official who received the imperial edict was, they would be polite to the messenger who delivered the imperial edict. As for giving red packets and tips, it was already expected. But who the hell dared to take your money? The eunuch shivered when he heard this and quickly said, I don't dare to take your money. It is my greatest honor to be able to see your face." Sun Lang showed a surprised expression. "Oh, you want to take my money? Are you kidding? I said give money, you give me money." Oh. The eunuch's expression collapsed for the second time. Damn, a minister openly asked for a bribe from an imperial edict delivery eunuch. This was a perverse act. Was there any law in this world? "I'm joking." Sun Lang smiled. "I don't lack money. You don't need the change. Do you see this garden?" The Copper Sparrow Pavilion, the #1 brothel in the capital. Some rascals spread rumors that His Majesty is the one behind this brothel. I went up and gave them a slap. Motherf *cur bullshit. Isn't the chairman and only shareholder of this Copper Sparrow Pavilion me? The eunuch was sweating profusely, but he could only nod. Yes, you are right. But, eunuch, to tell you the truth, I, your brother, have had a hard time. I've fought for the country for 8 years, and I've accumulated a lot of military merit. I've had so many military merits that I'm embarrassed to boast about it. Sun Lang put one hand on the eunuch's shoulder and the other hand on his chest. But my heart is bitter. It's been 8 years. Other people have made great achievements, been conferred the title of Marquis, and can even afford to buy a house in the capital. But me, after so many years, I only have the Copper Sparrow Terrace. the eunuch finally couldn't take it anymore. He felt that he was going crazy. "General," he said with a subtle expression, "if you have anything to say, please tell me." Sun Lang nodded. "Oh yes, yes. I just want you to pass a message to His Majesty. He conferred me the title of Shinsei General. Not to mention other things, I am a member of the government. Why doesn't the imperial court distribute housing? Where is the carriage that was assigned to me? Where is the entourage? Where are the custom-made formal attire and work clothes? Wow, you directly stole the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, and you still want to ask His Majesty for this and that?" The eunuch choked on his words and couldn't spit them out. He could only say with a sad face, "This servant will definitely pass on General's words to His Majesty." Sun Lang nodded and then asked, "Is His Majesty's health well? Has he been eating well recently? Is he still King women at night? When he heard about Qi Lianyan today, how many cups did he smash?" The eunuch's cold sweat flowed more and more. Finally, he knelt on the ground with a plop. "General, please don't make things difficult for this useless person. So boring, this guy." Sun Lang watched the messengers fleeing in panic. He curled his lips. "Old Wei left the palace, and this batch of eunuchs can't do it anymore. He's just a eunuch. Why are you making things difficult for him?" Yen Song flashed out from behind the door. Sun Lang smiled. "The eunuch's power and wealth all come from the emperor. They are the emperor's servants. Without the emperor, they are nothing. Therefore, they are the closest group to the emperor. There is almost no possibility of alienating them, so there is no need to be too concerned," Yen Song sighed. "So you took the opportunity to tease them?" Sun Lang shrugged. "Am I that bored? Bullying a few eunuchs and imperial guards is not as satisfying as bullying a minister." "Then what were you doing just now?" "I was issuing a challenge." Sun Lang turned his head and smiled innocently like a child. "With Qi Lianyan's death and me stirring up trouble, the emperor will definitely not sit still. Those who are sent to deliver the edict must be carrying a secret mission. What I did and said today will definitely be reported to the emperor. Look at how arrogant and overbearing I am. If you were the emperor, what would you think?" In front of Sun Lang, the so-called taboos were almost zero. Commander of War used to be the biggest public intellectual in the empire. He often criticized the current politics, ridiculed the imperial court, and said that the country was doomed. Yen Song and the others had been hanging around him for a long time and were already numb to his shocking words. They even became audacious. Just like now, in the face of Sun Lang's inquiry, Yen Song shrugged. "If I were the emperor, I would definitely think that you came with ill intentions and would definitely stir up trouble tomorrow." Sun Lang snapped his fingers. "Wrong, wrong, wrong. You know, the emperor is suspicious and likes to think more. You see, many of my words just now were full of hostility. I almost wrote, 'I am going to stir up big news in the morning assembly tomorrow,' on my face. This is too obvious. With the emperor's suspicious temperament, he will definitely think, 'Ah, did this guy deliberately release a smoke bomb as a cover?'" Yen Song looked thoughtful. "You mean, the emperor will think that this is your strategy of confusion?" "Yes." Sun Lang nodded with a smile. "He will probably think that it is just an illusion. After all, there is still an afternoon and an evening before tomorrow's morning assembly, which is enough for me to do a lot of things. He will definitely think that I will take the opportunity to do something this afternoon and evening, so I use those hostile words to confuse him and make him prepare more for tomorrow's morning assembly." Yen Song said, "Then what do you plan to do?" Sun Lang shrugged. "Of course I will do it for him to see. I have nothing to do anyway." He raised a finger and smiled mysteriously. "Give me a list of the royalists, and then a list of the clients of the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Also, list the royalists caught last night. List some of the most loyal ones, and find some who sit on the fence." Yen Song raised his eyebrows. "What are you going to do?" Sun Lang smiled gently. Of course I am going to do a regular return visit. Chapter 900. The court meeting system had existed since ancient times. It was a regular meeting between the emperor and his ministers to discuss military affairs. As for the specific rules, the rules varied from dynasty to dynasty. In terms of time, there were some that lasted for 3 days, some that lasted for 5 days, and some that lasted for 10 days. In terms of the number of people, there were those who had to be present, those who didn't need to come, and those who wanted to sleep in. 2 years ago, during the Great War of Tianyuan, the current emperor boasted that he was a wise son of heaven. The sky demon was in the heart of the empire, so the court meeting was naturally changed to a tragic day. From the emperor to the ministers, everyone had to wake up at 3 in the morning. Sleep your *SS, go to court together and stink. Even ninth-rank officials had to come as background. The people's outcry grew louder and louder. A benevolent and righteous brother finally wrote a letter saying that the war was over and everything was settled. There was no need to have court meetings every day. Since there was nothing to do, let's have court meetings every 3 days. We can sleep with concubines at home, and your majesty can also sleep with an imperial concubine. It was a win-win situation. Actually, the emperor couldn't stand it, but he was the one who suggested the morning court meeting. He had to finish his act even if he had to hold back his tears. Otherwise, there would be subordinates who would give him a way out. Oh, it's you guys who want to slack off. All right, I'll be considerate. 3 days it is. I'm being considerate towards my subjects, not that I want to slack off. Do you know what I'm doing? It was approved. Thus, the court meeting became once every 3 days. It was today. The morning court session was around Maushur, which was between 5 and 7 in the morning. This meant that the ministers basically had to wait outside the palace gate around 3 or 4 in the morning. As a result, many of the court officials were *king cultivators and had to get up at 3 in the morning at the latest. This was only if their homes were close to the imperial city. If they could not afford a house in the 3rd or 3rd ring road, they would have to get up at 2 in the morning. They had to enter the palace at 5 o'clock sharp to clock in. Before that, they had to line up in a strict and orderly manner according to their official rank. Those who didn't show up for no reason would be cursed by the imperial censors. Those who had too much fun last night and walked in an improper manner would also be cursed by the imperial censors. Even those who coughed loudly and spat on the ground would be cursed by the imperial censors. In short, the imperial censors were rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms together, ready to cursed by the imperial censors. The mad dogs were on standby the entire time. They had the power to supervise all the officials. Anything that was unpleasant to the eye during the morning court would be recorded in the imperial censors' little notebooks. After that, the officials from the censorate would naturally decide whether or not to *ck your entire family. After all, an imperial censor who did not incur the hatred of others was not a good imperial censor. That was his duty. If the officials from the censorate got along well with the other officials of the court, then he would not be far from death. Due to the nature of the imperial censors and the seriousness of the court meeting, the atmosphere in the line outside the palace gates before each morning court session was silent and stiff. With the imperial censors eyeing them covetously, even if it was not yet time for the palace gates to open and the court to begin, the officials did not dare to talk loudly or laugh loudly. But today was an exception. At 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, officials had already begun to gather outside the gate of heaven influence. The situation this time was a little different from the past. Because today, many people came especially early. Yes, especially early. After all, it was not the first time that they had attended court. For them, the court meeting was just a formality. They were not as excited as they were when they were young and treated it as the most sacred thing in the world. For court at 5 o'clock, there was no need to come too early. It was fine as long as they could get as much sleep as possible. As a result, many officials would only come after 4 o'clock. Those who came early were usually officials who came to the capital to report on their work or hot-blooded young people who had just joined the rank. But today was different. Even the troublemakers and wily old foxes came especially early. Even those old officials and nobles who had been permitted by His Majesty not to attend court regularly had come. There was a subtle atmosphere outside the gate of heaven influence. Many people had bright eyes and expectant expressions as they looked left and right, as if waiting for Gaddo. Those who were familiar with each other gathered together, but they did not talk much. Most of the time, they exchanged meaningful glances. Some people pointed at the gate of heaven influence and said mysteriously, "It's here. I heard that 2 days ago, he pressed Prince Zhongshuan against the palace gates here, but the gates did not open. Some of the more daring ones even opened bets. What time do you think he'll come? 5:30 o'clock? 3 o'clock? Or will he come at 5 o'clock? I bet he'll be late. There's going to be a good show today." They were here to watch the show. But those who dared to open bets like this were all famous and important officials. They stood in the front row and had the highest rank and status. They had accumulated many meritorious deeds and were extremely famous. As for the officials below rank 3 or 4, they were somewhat at a loss but also somewhat enlightened. They already knew about that person. They already knew that person's name. No matter what, the events of the past 2 days had truly alarmed the political circle of the capital. Even those transcendent people and factions felt the shock of the aftermath. That person had privately mobilized soldiers and challenged the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Putting aside the shares of the Emperor and many important officials of the court, even if it was just an ordinary property, privately summoning one's subordinates was a capital offense. A general mobilizing his soldiers without orders had always been a great taboo for a sovereign. You fucking dared to play this game in the capital, right under the feet of the Son of Heaven? Dared. And dared to chase the Emperor's son all the way to the gate of heaven influence. And even dared to fight his way into the home of the Emperor's daughter and beat her up. And even dared to hang up the royalist officials of the Copper Sparrow Pavilion and whip them. It really was one goddamn pleasant surprise after another. An even more pleasant surprise was yet to come. One night later, before anyone could recover from their shock, they heard the news of the death of the newly promoted Fire Radiance Sword Saint. It was said that the younger brother of the previous Fire Radiance Sword Saint had tried to pick a fight on the street and was rebuked so badly that he began to doubt himself. Soon after, he burned himself into a giant torch. No one dared to delve into the details of what had happened. In just 2 days, the commander of war, who had disappeared for 2 years, had caused the countless old Tianyuan officials of the capital to remember their past. Even though time had passed and things had remained the same, people had changed, his lord was still his lord. Quite a few people were secretly delighted by this news. How could a monarch and his subjects be of one mind? The imperial court was even more divided. From the nature of their functions, they were divided into civil, military, and nobles. From the political standpoint, they were divided into the branches of the aristocratic families that protected the royal family. From the perspective of their respective bosses, they were divided into tensei and many others. Their forces were intertwined, and each of them had their own political demands and interests. How could they be of one mind with the monarch? So when the commander of war's 2 powerful and friendly punches hit the emperor's face, many people cheered loudly in their hearts. The enemy of an enemy was not necessarily a friend, but the enemy of an enemy beating up an enemy was definitely something they would like to see. And today, in the morning court session, an even bigger show was about to take place. Although these officials of the empire looked righteous, one could know a person's face but not his heart. Who knew what they were thinking? Perhaps many people were looking forward to the battle between the commander of war and the emperor during the morning court session. It would be even better if one of them lost his mind and started a fight on the spot. Someone said in his heart, "I heard that person had forced Qi Lianyan into a corner yesterday and almost dragged him to the Golden Palace to force a meeting." He summoned all the officials, invited the emperor, and explained the inside story of the Great Barren Mountain on the spot to make a final conclusion. "Humph, it's a pity that the emperor was so decisive that he killed Qi Lianyan directly and took half a step back from the commander of war. What a pity!" The capital governor, Lord Bao, was standing in the crowd with a gloomy face. His whole body was emitting a gloomy aura, and he ignored everyone. His senior brother, Di Huaying, was standing beside him, asking and consoling him in a low voice. He only received a bitter shake of his junior brother's head. Lord Di sighed in his heart. He found that his junior brother seemed to be in a bad state. Unfortunately, now was not the time to talk. Even more people looked at the royalist monarchs with mocking gazes. The loyal officials of the emperor, who liked to go to the Copper Sparrow Terrace to discuss grand plans, had recently been dealt with one after another. First, they were wiped out by Sun Lang and forced to sign humiliating terms. But this was far from over. Just yesterday afternoon, a terrible evil guest had come to their door again. Yes, General Shunsei had come to visit in person. This famous general, who surpassed the nobles and was comparable to Tensei, had come to visit and apologized for the matter of the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Did the emperor dare to not open the door? Another mouthful of fresh hot shit was poured into his mouth. It was a completely above-board stab into the emperor's heart. It was too shameful. It was a failure. It was a complete failure. There were also people from the Heavenly Policy Manor. The Empress concubine and the officials of the Heavenly Policy Manor had arrived a long time ago. As the highest-ranking general in the imperial court and the most respected member of the imperial family, she stood at the very front. Her female court attire outlined her valiant and formidable figure. The Heavenly Policy General stood upright like a javelin and remained silent. Meanwhile, the generals of the Heavenly Policy Manor were like stars surrounding and protecting her, blocking off all gazes and disturbances. But everyone knew that a good show was bound to happen. First, Tensei Province and the so-called Shinto Province had similar ranks and privileges, so there was a natural competitive advantage. Second, Empress Tensei wanted the throne, so she had to share her father's worries and was bound to go against that person. Third, it was said that the two of them had become enemies. So, they were looking forward to it. But where was the male lead? The spectators who wanted to watch a good show were looking forward to it. Also looking forward to Sun Lang's appearance were the eyes hidden in the dark. They were even more eager for Sun Lang to appear here. They were waiting. They were waiting for an opportunity. No matter how strong a person was, he could not be in two places at the same time. Once he appeared in court, once he had to answer the questions of the officials and the Son of Heaven, he would not be able to care about other things, and this was their chance. No matter how strong he was only one person. Chapter 901. As the hour approached, the sound of iron hooves thundered. The generals of Tianyuan who had participated in the rebellion at the Copper Sparrow Pavilion were the last batch of officials to arrive. They were all dressed in military uniforms and were in high spirits as they galloped over on their tall war horses. Their expressions were proud and soaring. According to the whispered mockery of a certain high-ranking official, they were like the vicious dogs have finally returned to their evil master. As a result, they immediately became arrogant, although they had been quite arrogant before. When the sound of hooves rang out, the officials waiting outside the gate of Heaven Influence all became spirited and involuntarily looked back. Even the imperial censors in charge of supervising the officials were no exception. At this moment, the sky was still dark and there were no lights or fires outside the royal palace. However, the officials were still able to see clearly in the darkness with the excellent eyesight of a martial artist. regardless of whether they were young or old officials, regardless of whether they were great generals or inexperienced officials, all of them narrowed their eyes and activated their heavenly eye acupoints to look at the group of knights galloping over. In other words, they were looking for a person. They were trying to find the most brilliant and unique person among all the Sunran armors, the legend who had single-handedly suppressed the 6 armies, the famous general who had once shone like a shooting star, the marshal who had deeply influenced the war situation, the 6 armies, and even the empire. Regardless of whether they wanted to see him or not, everyone wanted to see him. Only when they saw that person's figure would the illusion in their hearts become real. Only then would they truly believe that he was back. That person was really back. But they were disappointed. Led by Android and the others, the generals of Tianyuan from the northern theater of war reined in their horses and dismounted 200 paces away. They handed the reins to their personal guards and then strode toward the group of officials. They found their original positions skillfully and walked over as if nothing had happened. Their expressions were solemn and their eyes were calm. Apart from this, there was nothing else, as if they had really come to clock in and go to work. A huge question mark rose in everyone's mind. Where was he? Over the past 2 days, there had been one major event that had shaken the imperial capital. Behind each of these events was the shadow of that person. The destruction of the Copper Sparrow Terrace, the rumor about the remnants of the Sky Demon, the story of the Great Barren Mountain told by the general Qilian Yan's red-hot and absent-minded appearance, and the royalist faction's loss of face were all because of that person. Yesterday, His Majesty had ordered the general to attend the court meeting. This was something that everyone knew. However, when it was almost dawn, the general was still nowhere to be seen. Was he going to stand His Majesty up, or was he deliberately putting on airs? Many people were thinking carefully. The corners of their mouths curled into meaningful smiles. They had a tacit understanding between them. In a small group in Tensei Province, Feng Qiao whispered, "His Highness didn't come." Empress nodded slightly. Android, who had moved to the side as if nothing had happened, suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Censor! Censor! I want to report you! Feng Qiao and Empress, please take a look at them. Their behavior is inappropriate." When Imperial Censor Wu Pongji heard this, he immediately rushed over and shouted, "Is there such a thing?" Everyone looked at the 2 bastards with indifferent eyes. The members of the Heavenly Strategy Group all turned around and glared at Sun Lang. Anjua and the others had been working under Sun Lang for a long time, so they had no lack of shame. Fatty and did not seem to notice the murderous glares directed at him. Instead, he held his head high and puffed out his chest with an unyielding expression, expressing his fearlessness of brutality, his courage to expose the truth, and his unwavering spirit of a warrior under the coercion of the Heavenly Strategy Group. This expression was inherited from Sun Lang, and was called the firmness of the Red Army of the Workers, Peasants and Red Army. With Anjua stirring things up like this, the officials immediately understood what was going on. Those who dared to follow Sun Lang to attack the Copper Sparrow Pavilion 2 nights ago were definitely the most loyal of the most loyal. Their attitude usually represented that person's attitude. Anjua's spearhead was directly aimed at the Heavenly Policy residence, which meant that the secret battle had already begun. It seemed that something extraordinary was going to happen in today's court meeting. Many people who knew Sun Lang's personality and character were secretly worried. With that guy's unscrupulous and lawless behavior, and seeing how Android was looking for trouble, they were afraid that something terrible would happen in the court today, that even the scribes would not know how to record it. That guy will definitely find trouble. That guy will definitely find trouble. Some of the officials of Tianyuan who were on good terms with Sun Lang in the past were greatly alarmed. After all, this commander had been known to be the best at psychological attacks back in the day. With his mouth, bottomless integrity, and boundless imagination, he had often attacked the enemy's mind in terrifying ways that ordinary people could not imagine. As a result, some of the generals of the Heaven's Origin sector were pitiful victims. The most popular battle, which completely established Sun Ji's Jianghu status in society, was a quarrel between him and a general in the army, whose name was inconvenient to be revealed. The general used virtue to win over the general. He didn't beat or scold him. Instead, he took a small stool and sat in front of the general, beginning to tell a vivid story. As for the female lead of the story, she was only one character different from the general's wife. As for the male leads of the story, they came from all walks of life, from the coachman to the humble servant, and even the farmer who delivered vegetables to the general's house, the housekeeper, and the general's comrade. In short, they came from all over the world, highlighting the feudalistic idea of a family united by all walks of life. And then there was no more and then. The pitiful general listened to it twice, and could only beg for mercy. This move was simply too damaging. It was enough to make any respectable person of society cower at the mere sight of it. There were countless similar examples and method. Every one of them gathered the tears of the victims who had to swallow their anger. Together, they weaved a large net called fear, which shrouded the hearts of many people for a long time. Evidently, a mere 2 years of time was far from enough to make a deep impression be forgotten. Today, many people remembered the fear of being dominated by that person. The war marshal from 2 years ago was already enough of a headache. Moreover, he had suffered a loss in the great desolate mountain and concealed his identity for 2 years. No one knew how many sinister and vicious schemes he had concocted in his mind. The terror of his methods was definitely far greater than in the past. As long as one of his methods was used in the imperial court, it was easy to imagine the beauty of the scene. Thinking of this, the officials looked at the silent and dark surroundings and could not help but shiver. Perhaps that person was hiding in the dark, watching all of this with a malicious gaze, ready to carry out his sinister and vicious plan at any time. With his level of unrestrained and boredom, he would definitely do such a thing. After all, the commander of war, Jiaing, was an anomaly among the strong people of the empire. He was the one who had the least burden of being an idol among the high-ranking generals and peerless martial artists of the empire. He did not have the demeanor of an expert and did not care about his identity as a master. He did not have any self-respect and his style was extremely wild. No one knew how crazy he was. At this moment it was finally 5 o'clock. The gate of heaven influence slowly opened. Behind the gate stood many firepans, the flames curling up and dispelling the darkness. This was an ancient ritual. A fire was set in the imperial court so that the officials could enter at night. The imperial guards shouted and the imperial censers set off. The officials filed into the majestic imperial city. This was the home of the emperor. They were going to meet the most powerful person in the world. The officials entering the imperial palace were the largest and most outstanding group of officials in the world. Many of them had experienced the baptism of the Great War of Tianyuan and obtained their own glory and status on the battlefield. That was why they were included. It was said that heroes were born in troubled times. These were all heroes who had experienced the baptism of war. They were great, valiant, unruly, and stubborn. War brought glory, and glory gave birth to heroes. The heroes who achieved greatness on the battlefield were different from ordinary officials. They stepped onto the battlefield with the will to protect and proved their beliefs and paths in the war. Most of them were heroes of their generation, but many of them were idealists. Now that the war was over, their ideals were fiercely colliding with reality. After the war, there were many things waiting to be done. The meritorious organizations that had been baptized in the flames of war had achieved success and recognition. They had to continue their own ambitions and aspirations in the political arena. The spoils of war that they had plundered from the Sky Demon were urgently needed to be digested. The Empire and the entire world would welcome a period of rapid development. This was an era of change. Therefore, many stories would happen. The story would take a significant turn today. This was because the person that the emperor wanted to see the most, and also the person that he did not want to see the most, did not appear in the group of officials. With different emotions, the officials walked neatly into the gate of heaven influence. Under the guidance of the imperial guards and the imperial censors, they walked with impeccable etiquette and pace toward the golden palace where the emperor and his officials discussed matters. In the darkness, the rats that were unwilling to be left out also began to move. When the last official walked into the gate of heaven influence, the gate of the imperial city slowly closed. The loyal guards guarded the gate of the emperor. Someone carefully warned them in the wind. Do not let anyone in. This is your mission, and you must use your lives to fulfill it. Do you understand? As the saying goes, if the emperor is humiliated, the officials will die. If the emperor is humiliated, the heroes will die for justice. You have received the emperor's kindness and your mission is like a mountain. Since you are guarding the gate of the emperor, if an outsider forcefully enters, no matter who it is, it will be a great humiliation and disgrace. Once such a thing happens, the world will need you to use your blood and lives to wash away this disgrace. You will expose the evil deeds of the fatherless people to the world. Malice spread through them. Words were more hurtful than knives, and criticism was more hurtful than arrows. It was not easy to stay in the imperial city. It was not enough to only rely on martial arts. Otherwise, the position of emperor would have long been taken by the number one person in the world. And in a private house near the Copper Sparrow Terrace, the men of sacrifice were quietly waiting. Kill, burn, kill as many people as you can, and burn as many people as you can. You have enjoyed a wonderful life that no one can imagine. Today, Master needs you to repay him. Let's begin the operation. Everyone needs to eat the decaying drug. After 2 hours, the drug will take effect and turn your bodies into a pool of blood. Destroy all evidence. You have already seen the map. The target is an underground palace of the Copper Sparrow Terrace. The targets are the managers of the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Today is the morning court session. All the officials and generals must go to court to meet the emperor. This is the only chance. Chapter 902. The officials marched into the hall, the civil and military officials lining up on both sides. A guard called out, "The sovereign king has arrived at court." All the officials respectfully welcome him. Other than the 2 ministers, the 3 princes, and the high generals in the front row, all the other officials kowtowed and said, "Your officials respectfully welcome your holiness." The holy Son of Heaven, dressed in his golden robes, ascended the dragon throne. Behind him were 12 eunuchs and 12 guards, standing on the steps to the left and right. He looked down at the officials, holding various weapons of the imperial army in his hands. All of these were the Son of Heaven's ceremonial armaments. As the officials praised him, the most powerful man in the empire scanned the officials and slowly said, "My officials, rise." The officials thanked him once more before rising to their feet and kneeling on their seats according to ancient etiquette. Their movements were gentle and silent. The enormous golden hall was silent. Everyone sat upright and still, their expressions solemn. Their eyes were focused on their noses, and their noses were focused on their hearts. They were like clay statues, not saying a word. After all, Gatto had not come. So how was this play going to be played out today? The emperor was the most well-informed person in the capital, and in today's morning court session, he was most concerned about that bastard's movements. The imperial city was his home, and as long as he wanted to know, nothing that happened here could escape his eyes. Yesterday, the emperor had promised, but that traitor had dared to break his promise with the sovereign king. The sovereign king was the most controlling person in the world, and the emperor hated variables the most. In his view, Sun Lang was undoubtedly the most disharmonious variable in the empire. The officials wanted power, the great clans wanted a foundation, the tyrants wanted land, the martial artists wanted the imperial army, and the common people wanted stability. The sovereign king ruled the world for the sake of balance, for the sake of coordinating all sides and stabilizing the world. But that man who had come from another world 8 years ago wanted revenge, and the destruction of everything. What kind of joke was this? You dare to kill us? As expected of a fatherless disciple, born in a rebellious world, without a sovereign king, without respect for the heavens, without obedience to the emperor, without discipline, and thus raised such a crazy disciple. He deserved to be killed. He should have died 2 years ago in the great desolate mountain. High prestige, great contributions, and a secret identity. Most importantly, he must have a grudge against the Imperium, because it was the Imperium that took away his stable life. Anyone would hate the Imperium. Since he hated the Imperium, he would naturally seek revenge. When the time was right and his wings were fully grown, he would definitely stab the Imperium with a knife without hesitation. Since that was the case, why not strike first? Moreover, this thief was the most important sample of the longevity project. Originally, 2 years ago, the project was going to be carried out. The soul and the weapon spirit would transform into each other, and the weapon spirit could also take over the human body. Once this was proven to be feasible, a path to immortality would be placed in front of the emperor. This was the path that all the previous emperors had pursued throughout their lives. They were born as humans, lived long lives, and held supreme power in their hand. From then on, the people would be ruled by a saint king who would never make mistake. From then on, the world would be ruled by a group of capable and loyal officials. They would live forever, so there would be no need to worry about a muddle-headed ruler causing chaos in the world. There would be no need to worry about chaos in the world, and there would be no need to worry about corruption. The world would be united, and the divine prefecture would be restored to the rule of the Saint King. It was supposed to be like this, but there was a huge mistake in the plan. He, his partners, and his empire, all three had paid a heavy price. Even so, they did not manage to keep that person. Instead, they left behind endless disasters. At the thought of this, the emperor of the empire showed an endless desire to kill. Such a deranged thief had never been seen in the hundreds of years of the empire. He wished he could tear that thief into pieces, grind his bones, and scatter his ashes. But he could not do it. This was very awkward. After countless nights of rage, regret, mania, and dissatisfaction, the emperor of the empire finally admitted one thing in frustration: even if he had the 4 seas and thousands of troops under his command, he, as the military chief of the most powerful country, could not do anything to one person. The emperor never made mistakes, so he could only admit in private that the actions and changes in the great desolate mountain might have made that thief even more terrifying. How could such a thing happen? But things had already come to this point. Regret and doubt were useless. After several confrontations, that thief finally set foot on the land of the imperial capital. Was he here for revenge? Yes, it must be so. We have also been waiting for you for a long time, Jia-ing no, Sunlang. We will win, we will definitely win, because we are the emperor of the empire. We have the 4 seas, we rule the world. Our wealth and power have already reached the peak of the human world. Even the leaders of the other 4 countries are unable to compete with us. Our enemy has already changed from a specific person to a concept. Our enemy is the heavenly Tao. And you are only a manifestation of the heavenly Tao, a stumbling block to obstruct our great cause of the sage monarch. You are the greatest obstacle to our pursuit of immortality. By defeating you, we have kicked away the greatest stumbling block. By obtaining you, we will once again obtain the key to immortality. What you took away 2 years ago, we want you to return it back in double. If you had concealed your identity and not returned to the empire, that would have been fine. But now you actually dared to come back on your own. You are simply walking into a trap, seeking your own death. You thought that you had obtained a complete victory in these 2 days, but you are wrong. We said before that our opponent is not you. Our opponent is the heavenly Tao. In a battle with the heavenly Tao, there is no need to worry about momentary gains or losses. We only want the result. We only want the final victory. The Emperor's gaze wandered back and forth. His gaze rested on his daughter for a few moments, and then he looked behind him. He took in everyone's expressions and inwardly sneered. These selfish and contemptible people, all of them crafty, all of them only caring about their own land. Who would be willing to put in effort for us and the country, disregarding gains and losses? Now that Sun Lang was so domineering, openly challenging the sovereign's authority and treating the dignity of the imperial household as nothing, why did no one dare to speak up for justice? All of you are waiting to see us make a fool of ourselves. But how could we let you do as you wish? His gaze ultimately fell on one person. His bearing was dignified, his face was unusual, and he was famous in the capital for his strength. He did not fear power, cared about the people, and was righteous. This was the best chess piece, a good general to charge and break through enemy lines. Most importantly, he was old friends with Sun Lang, but he would not let his personal interests overshadow his official duties. This was truly wonderful. Sun Lang, let your good friends and old friends see the fate of those who go against you. The Emperor inwardly sneered, and then he said, "Where is the capital governor, Bao Shiren?" Everyone's gaze fell on Bao Shiren, but Lord Bao stood up and bowed. "This lowly subject is here." The Emperor smiled and nodded. "Sun Lang, did you think that if you didn't come, this play wouldn't be able to continue? Wrong, this play is even better. I know why you didn't come. You didn't dare to come, because no matter how strong you are only one person. You can't split yourself. Once you came to the imperial court, you couldn't care less about the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. You made up a big lie to deceive the capital. What would happen if your lie was exposed? This is called the rules. Since you accepted an official position and returned to the capital, you have to abide by the rules. You want revenge, you want to be a powerful official. Fine, come. He looked at Bao Shiren and said calmly, "We heard that 2 days ago, a major event happened in the capital. My beloved subject had submitted a memorial and was also present at the scene. What is written on paper can't be compared to what is presented in person. Why don't you tell us what you have seen in the past 2 days in the imperial court so that all of us can listen carefully?" Some people frowned, but even more people were secretly excited. Oh, poor Bauheisi. He was really a mouse in a bellows being bullied by both sides. It was ironic that the most honest official in the world was often the one who was ostracized the most. Even though Bao Shiren's life was like a cheat code, it didn't stop him from having very few friends. Bauheisi had offended many people in the past few years. Now, he was clearly being used as the first spear by the Emperor to attack Sun Lang. The Emperor would directly ask him, the capital governor, what had happened in the capital in the past 2 days. If he told the truth, he would offend Sun Lang's faction. If he lied, not only would he risk being exposed in court, the Emperor would also not let him go. Given everyone's understanding of Bao Shiren, they didn't even need to think about what choice he would make. Kneeling not far away, Di Huaying sighed and slowly closed her eyes. Bao Shiren's unwavering voice resounded throughout the imperial court. "Your Majesty, the original commander of war, Jiaing, gathered troops in the capital. Without orders from the Bureau of Military Personnel and Your Majesty's Tiger Tally, they brazenly attacked the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, claiming that the remnants of the Sky Demon were behind it. It's hard to tell if it's true or false. This is the first reason." Cold gazes fell on Lord Bao. Bao Shiren didn't seem to notice. The suspected fire sword saint, the second son of the Qi clan, Lianyan, died on the streets in front of the great general. The coroner examined him, and found that his death was extremely strange. The cause of death is unclear and the identity of the murderer is unclear. The emperor's smile deepened. He even felt that Bao Shiren had become more sensible, knew how to speak, and knew how to be an official. But obviously, he was wrong. The next moment, the capital magistrate's slap to the face came quietly. Of course, it was Qi Lianyan who provoked us first. As a sword saint, he used the public weapon to fight against the great general of Tianyuan and spread all kinds of unruly things, causing the people to be heated and our allies to be surprised. In this humble subject's opinion, Qi Lianyan's actions were indeed extremely abnormal. This is the unanimous opinion of the people present, so it's highly credible. Someone did instigate Qi Lianyan. The emperor's eyes suddenly turned cold. The gazes of the crowd turned into pity. You're a rat caught in a bellows. You should at least cling to one person's thigh. Then, you can go and slander the other person. Why did you offend both sides? What are you after? The emperor directly interrupted him. Where is the great general of Shunsei, Sun Lang? The imperial court was silent. No one answered. The emperor asked again. Still, no one answered. He slowly said, I sent a eunuch yesterday to invite the great general to come to the imperial court today. Since you've already received the decree, why did you miss the appointment? At this moment, Empress Tensei brazenly stepped forward. She cupped her hands and said resolutely, This is the crime of deceiving the emperor. He relied on his military achievements, disregarded the law, and disrespected the emperor. This subject asks Emperor Father to punish him. Chapter 903. This is the crime of deceiving the emperor. He relied on his military exploits, disregarded the law, and disrespected the emperor. I beg the emperor to punish him. The general of Tensei's sonorous and powerful voice echoed in the Golden Hall. Tang Jian, Yuan Shiji, and the other Tensei officials echoed, We second the motion. Another group of officials led by the royalists, Wen Quanfu, stepped out and bowed, We second the motion. For a moment, the court was in an uproar. Words and malice turned into spears and spears that stabbed toward the general of Shunsei who had not yet appeared. The Tensei officials were angry because of the humiliation they had suffered the day before. The royalists were angry because they had been defeated. They were angry for revenge, and also because of their position. Other officials could flirt with Sun Lang, but they could not. They were, after all, ministers of the imperial court, and they had the most basic political literacy. They would not be like Blackie Bao, who anxiously spilled the beans about the Copper Sparrow Pavilion and Qi Lianyan. Those who could speak in the Golden Palace were all reputable figures in the imperial court, and they were well versed in the ways of political struggles. Everyone, including the Empress concubine, kept their mouths shut about the story of the Copper Sparrow Pavilion and the cause of Qi Lianyan's death. These two matters were too complicated. If they spoke rashly, Sun Lang might ruthlessly bite them. They only focused on one thing, and that was to crazily attack. They accused Sun Lang of failing to keep an appointment with the emperor and despising the court. This crime could be big or small. It was very suitable to be used as an appetizer to attack Sun Lang. Moreover, the evidence was conclusive and there was no way to deny it. Disobeying the emperor's edict was the crime of deceiving the emperor. The punishment was also reasonable. As long as the crime was fixed, once the emperor opened his mouth, it would imperceptibly damage Sun Lang's reputation. It would help everyone vent their anger and take the initiative in the court. After taking the initiative, things would be much simpler. Empress's eyes met the emperor's. The father and daughter's eyes met for a moment. The noble princess listened to the impassioned voices of the imperial court. What arrogance and despotism, what contempt for the monarch, what lawlessness! Sun Lang's opponents were all sternly stating their opinions, angrily denouncing Sun Lang's actions of not having a monarch or a father. The so-called public anger was nothing more than this. And amidst this storm that suddenly erupted, the head of the civil officials, the head of the military officials, and the leaders of the various departments were all like old monks in meditation, not saying a word. Sun Lang's direct subordinates, trusted aides, and allies were all like clay statues, turning a deaf ear to everything around them. They were neither angry nor excited, as if none of this had anything to do with them. What's going on? A faint sense of uneasiness arose in her heart. She was very clear about the temperament of Sun Lang's group of paparazzi. These people had different personalities and different shrewdness. In this kind of situation, maintaining the same silence could only mean one thing. That was because Sun Lang had already instructed them beforehand. This meant that the bastard had already anticipated the current situation and was prepared to deal with it. Empress Tensei's alarm gradually rose in her heart. She was the person in the world who understood Sun Lang the most. She was the person in the world who would not underestimate Sun Lang. The hole in his brain was boundless, and his ability to execute was unparalleled. Such a person was extremely difficult to deal with. So, what was he doing? What did he want to do? Empress frowned. She quickly went through the arrangements for today's morning court in her mind. Clearly, this was another trap, a trap targeted at Sun Lang. Since Sun Lang had accepted the Shunsei general's reward and returned to the imperial court as the former commander of war, this meant that he had joined the game and entered the political rules of the imperial capital. If he wanted to benefit from these rules, he had to abide by and support these rules. In the face of the emperor's summons, as a subject of the empire, it was a great discourtesy not to attend the morning court without a reason. This was an overt plot against Sun Lang. No matter how strong he was only one person. In the face of the emperor's summons, he had to attend the court. Even if there was no imperial edict, he still had to come. Not only did he have to explain the cause of Qi Lianyan's death, but he also had to spread his fabricated version of the Great Desolate Mountain. More importantly, he had to show his strength and voice to the world in the political center of the empire, in the highest authority of the empire. As the saying went, if one did not have a proper title, then one's words would not follow. Without truly entering the court and obtaining the acknowledgement of the emperor and his subjects, the so-called Shunsei general was nothing more than an empty title in name. For example, Sun Lang had been running amok in the past 2 days with the title of Shunsei general, but what the various powers feared was not the title of Shunsei general, but the strength, merit, status, and honor that Sun Lang represented. Everyone still regarded him as the former marshal who had disappeared 2 years ago, not the general of the empire who was about to establish his own government and take charge of the Shunsei army. Therefore, no matter what, he had to come. Everyone was waiting for him, so he had to come. This was an opportunity. Not only did he launch a surprise attack on the Copper Sparrow Terrace 2 days ago, but he also made up one big accusation after another, saying that there was a remnant of the Sky Demon who had done such a horrifying act and that his intentions were truly unfathomable. Moreover, this fellow had dug out a pile of blackmail materials from the Copper Sparrow Terrace, mixing truth and falsehood, and he had actually succeeded. Therefore, the Copper Sparrow Terrace had become a thorn in the side of many people. It had to be solved, and this morning's court session was an opportunity. Sun Lang had come to the imperial capital alone, so he must be short of subordinates. He had not had time to gather people, so he was only relying on his former subordinates. Once they participated in the court session, the defense of the Copper Sparrow Terrace would be unprecedentedly weak. This was a good opportunity to carry out a secret operation. Many fools were obsessed with the idea of burning all the evidence in the underground palace of the Copper Sparrow Terrace. As long as there was a hint, they would do it regardless of the cost. And if Sun Lang did not participate in the court session, just like now, countless accusations would come pouring in. After all, he was a subject. If a subject failed to meet the king's summons, it would be a crime of disobeying the king's decree. No matter how high his position was, it would be useless. So, how would he deal with it? Whatever. The Empress concubine thought for a moment but didn't have any ideas. Soon after, she threw this faint hesitation to the side. Offense was the best defense. If you can't think of a way to deal with it, then don't worry about it. Just continue to wildly attack until the enemy has no way to deal with it. She said loudly, "The law is merciless. Your Majesty, please punish this mischievous person as a warning to others. No matter what plan you have, no matter what method you have to turn the situation around, as the saying goes, a monarch does not joke. Once Father decides this matter, no matter how capable you are, you will not be able to turn the situation around." Therefore, a group of henchmen and royalist allies also echoed, "Your Majesty, please investigate clearly." The Emperor said slowly, "Then my beloved subjects, Shunsei General disobeys the decree. How should I punish him?" At this moment, Pongji stepped out and said loudly, "Your Majesty, your subject thinks it is inappropriate." His voice was loud and clear, instantly suppressing the whispers and reprimands in the hall. Fang Qiao turned around and said lightly, "What does Imperial Censor Wu think is inappropriate? Could it be that a general of the imperial court can be lazy and play tricks in the face of the king's summons?" Android on the side said sarcastically, "Fortunately, the capital governor is Lord Bao and not Lord Fang. Otherwise, 500 unjust cases in a year would be a small number." Du Kemming said lightly, "Generalin, if you have something to say, why don't you say it directly?" Android smiled. "Not to mention that the person involved is a Shunsei general and a hero of the imperial court. Even if an ordinary person is suspected of breaking the law, they also have the right to defend themselves in court. Now that the general is not here, who knows the reason for his late arrival and the inside story of his failure to keep the appointment? No one knows. Unreasonable, not asking for the reason, and not even asking for the reason. Even before the person involved has shown up, all of you are already so angry that you want to kill him. This kind of trial method is unheard of and unseen. If all of you were a county magistrate, who knows how many innocent people involved in this case would be sentenced to death? Not to mention that the person you are accusing is a general of Tianyuan and a hero of the age, who far surpasses all of you in merits, responsibilities, honor, and reputation." Android withdrew the smile on his face and said slowly, "All of you call yourselves modest gentlemen, why are you so mean? Let me make a bold guess. I'm afraid that all of you are abusing your position to avenge private wrongs. Bah! Who knows how many people were cursing in their hearts, *CK you abusing your position to avenge private wrongs. If they were abusing their position to avenge private wrongs, then what would this fellow be doing when he called his family members and colleagues to laugh at him at the Copper Sparrow Terrace and went to Tensei Province to fight? A thief calling others a thief, and now they are talking about us." The Emperor looked at Android and said lightly, "Unfeixiong, then tell me, where did the general go?" Fatty and raised his head and looked directly at the Emperor. This fellow was originally very bold, and now that he had Sun Lang's support, he was already showing signs of lawlessness. He was fearless and said calmly, "Your Majesty, please forgive me, I really don't know." The Emperor's expression was calm and his tone was relaxed. However, power and influence gave mortals strength and dignity. As the most powerful person in the world, his every word could be said to be the law and contained supreme power, causing those with weak wills to tremble. "You don't know? Dear Ministerin, haven't you been following the general around all day these 2 days?" As soon as these words were said, the hearts of all the officials in the imperial court jumped. "It's coming," they all said in their hearts. Everyone knew what Android and the other generals had been doing these 2 days. They had secretly led the army in response to Sun Lang and brazenly launched a surprise attack the day before yesterday, challenging the #1 Copper Sparrow Terrace in the capital. For these 2 days, they had been acting as Sun Lang's henchmen and even his fangs, carrying out the general's secret plan. However, knowing what they were doing did not mean that they could casually say it out loud. This was because any official with a bit of information and knowledge knew that the so-called General Shunsei was a big embarrassment for the imperial court. This former marshal with outstanding military service had been plotted against by the royal family about 2 years ago and almost died in the great wilderness mountain. Now that he had returned to the empire and caused the emperor to suffer a few small losses, no one could say for sure what he wanted to do in the capital. Therefore, it was very awkward. Even now, the officials were discussing it. Other than Bao Heizi, who was so righteous that he was stupid, no one was willing to be the first to break this window paper and put Sun Lang's motives and actions on the table. But now, the emperor had casually said it out loud. When these words fell into Pongji's ears, it made his heart tremble. Timidity and fear instinctively appeared. After all, he was a scholar. The loyalty he had learned over the years was carved into his bones and could not be removed in a short time. He knew that if these words were directed at him, perhaps his legs would go weak. Imperial Censor Wu looked at Android's muscular figure and sighed in his heart. The commander of war had never overlooked anyone when it came to judging people. Only someone as daring as Fatty and could hold up the situation. In the face of the king's calm words, which were filled with deep meaning and even killing intent, Anjua's expression was calm. He grinned and said, "Your Majesty is indeed perceptive. Nothing can escape your eyes." The Emperor said lightly, "Then how could you not know where the general is?" Android sighed and said, "Your Majesty, it's not like you don't know that I am stupid and lazy. I don't like to think about things and only like to sleep. However, the general is the same as before. He takes care of everything personally, regardless of whether it is big or small. He has been working very hard these past 2 days. Every day, he works hard and exhausts his mind. He has to die for the Hutu Empire. Not only does he have to think about how to defeat the enemy, he also has to think about how to guard against sneak attacks." As he spoke, he glanced at the sneaky people who were trying to plot against him. The royalist Wen Quanfu snorted and said, "I heard that the first thing the general did when he returned to the capital was to take over the Copper Sparrow Terrace. That is the most romantic place in the capital. I'm afraid the general is enjoying himself there and has no time to attend court." And Zhuo flashed his snow-white teeth. "Lord Wen, I've seen the account book of the Copper Sparrow Terrace. You're a frequent customer there. You're really energetic despite your age, and you seem to be in high spirits. Judging from the anger in your voice, are you worried that the general might have accidentally hooked up with your lover?" When Quanfu was stunned at first. Then, he became angry and blood rushed to his face. "Bastard!" Android Sinran said, "You are measuring the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. The general made a great wish a few years ago. He said that the sky demon had not been destroyed, so how could he have a family? How could he be like Lord One and go to the Copper Sparrow Terrace every night?" When Quanfu was furious. "Then tell me, where did he go?" Android said proudly, "Of course he went to deal with the country's affairs." When Quanfu scolded, "Nonsense. I think he must have gone to some despicable place." The Emperor saw that the two of them were about to start cursing at each other. Just as he was about to say something to stop them, a eunuch suddenly appeared from the side hall. He looked extremely flustered. He ran over and whispered, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" The Emperor nodded slightly at him. The eunuch excused himself and walked over as fast as he could without being impolite. He whispered a few words into the Emperor's ear. The Emperor's face suddenly changed. The veins on his hands suddenly popped out. His face was filled with shock and anger. At this moment, the Emperor's shrewdness and manners were all thrown aside. He roared, "How dare you, thief! All the officials saw the eunuch and saw the emperor's anger. They all kept quiet out of fear. The emperor looked like he wanted to eat someone. He glanced at the officials and said word by word, Sun Lang went to the imperial ancestral temple. The air was silent for a moment. Then, the officials burst into an uproar. When Quan Fu shouted at the top of his voice, overstepping! Arrogant! How dare you! How dare a mere official violate the imperial ancestral temple and offend the previous emperors? Your Majesty, this is a grave crime of having no emperor and no father. Quickly send the imperial guards to punish him in front of the steps. He shouted very loudly because he felt guilty. Just now, he did not choose his words carefully and said that Sun Lang had gone to some despicable place. But now, well, he hoped that the emperor did not take it to heart. The emperor's face was as cold as ice. The imperial ancestral temple is my family temple. My ancestors sleep here. How should an official be punished for trespassing? How should he be punished? But at this moment, everyone's hearts suddenly tightened. Almost all the officials in the Golden Hall were brilliant warriors. They had extremely sharp spiritual senses. They felt something and turned their heads in unison to look outside the hall. In an instant, a blazing sword chi that resembled a fiery phoenix soared into the sky from a certain location in the city. The brilliant light of the imperial weapon shone in the sky, so bright that it could even compete with the brilliance of the sun. Its momentum, radiance, and power were many times stronger than the might and sharpness that Qi Lianyan had displayed when he pulled out his sword on the street yesterday. Someone in the Golden Hall shouted, "That place is the Imperial Ancestral Temple." However, even more people recognized the meaning of the sword Qi. The sacred sword chooses its master. The sacred sword of fire chooses its own master. Cries of surprise rang out one after another in the Golden Hall. In the midst of the chaos, Android took 2 steps forward, pushed down the golden mountain and jade pillars, and fell to his knees. His expression was agitated, like a loyal official of the Empire who weighed 200 to 300 pounds. He opened his hands and shouted with tears in his eyes, "Your Majesty! The sacred sword of 7 luminaries chooses its own master. It is the sword saint chosen by the heavens. The sword energy rose from the Imperial Ancestral Temple. It is the manifestation of the previous emperors. The Empress of Heaven prayed to the heavens, giving the Empire another sword saint protector. This humble official asks Your Majesty to move to the Imperial Ancestral Temple and listen to the teachings of the previous emperors." Pongji and the others also fell to their knees and shouted, "This is the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Your Majesty, please move to the Imperial Ancestral Temple." You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.